again. We got millions of reasons to let it all go. Hope we're not too broken. I know I'm not always strong, and I've been counting days to get away, to see you again, see you again. Been fighting ways to get away, to see you again, see you again. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love. You say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. You say you wanna cry, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. I don't know what you want. Let's have a bit of fun till I downfall. My love, if you feel like I do right now, don't say you're on the run to the other side. My love, you say you wanna try, but you never do. Sugar, there's a reason why we lose. Oh, you make me wanna talk back to you. Say it like that. If I hate you, then find someone new. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Oh yeah, take you like a pill. Can I feel you like a pill to get my feel. No, do me in the worst way. Don't let me sleep, never say you're sorry. Oh, maybe I'll leave. Baby, but you know I never will. No, so I choke you down just like a pill. Oh yeah, take you like a pill. Get my fill. Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah, no, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on we'll go, through the wastelands, through the highways, and on we'll
Hello, everyone. Hi. All right, guys. We got some stuff to talk about, do we not? That's why I'm getting on so early. Uh, huh. Okay. Who do we got here? Who do we got? Um, we're gonna have a very long, probably pretty long stream today. Uh, first thing is I haven't set the goal yet for super chats. Um, okay, that's for sure. You're a smart guy. Someone's very sad today, I'm sure, right? Okay, so let me see here. I'm going to just quickly before I got on very quickly because you know um, I wanted to. We have a lot to talk about. Oh, is that so, Alyssa? Fantastic. Okay, Voidzilla here, and I'll see who's here too in a second. Oh, I got you. You're a smart guy. Hello, hello. Okay. I am. Yes, I'm in a great mood. You're a smart guy, better than I have been. Let's put it that way. Okay. Who are you? You're a smart guy. Who are you? Have you been in here before? Okay. All right. Each super chat. Hello, Druzilla. Okay. Will get each super chat. See super chat over $2. We'll choose color. For one of CR's nails. Okay, so because I'm going to be on for a while today, we're gonna this first super chat goal is gonna be I need to paint my nails. Okay, so just like we did the one time, every super chat that we get, um, of $2 or more, we'll be able to choose the color of one of my nails. And since there's 10 fingers, we got a goal of 10. That includes if anyone subscribes over on Twitch. Uh, okay. Uh, oh, it's Matt Sci Guy. Hello, Matt Sci Guy. Okay. And then if you or bits, if we get 200 bits, it'll count. Purple, thank you, Alyssa. Okay, purple. I got purple right here, Alyssa. So this is how it works. Folks, you Alyssa asked for purple, so one of my nails will now be purple. Okay, so what we're gonna do, folks. Well, first let me see who's here. I got to follow traditions, right? Um, okay. Hello, Matthew. Yeah, it may very well be Big Matthew. We will see. Um, uh, yo, I got a crown. Didn't know I was playing Clash Royale. Okay. Hello, AMA. Hello, Soup Cheese. You're a smart guy. That's true, Matthew. You were the first one. Great job, Matthew. Okay. That's okay, Doug. Yeah, I say hello, Doug. By the way. Uh, you believe in free, right, Matt Sci guy. Right. Okay. Uh, okay. Yeah, oh, Matthew, please ramble all you want. I like to hear you ramble. Okay. The crown is in your chat XP. Gotcha. Everything is game. That's for sure, Doug. It's all to try to get those dopamine rushes here. That's for sure, Matthew. Definitely been a roller coaster. That's fair, Alyssa. And partially, folks, I titled it that way to get more views, right? Because I got to play the game. But so I don't know if it will be a necessarily if it is super bad news. I mean, it is bad news for Trump, but we'll see how bad it ends up being. Um, okay. You're totally right, Doug. Uh, oh, I know, right, Matthew? For sure. Yeah, okay. Hello, Meowzord. Hello, Lee. Lee Lane. I said that's yeah, okay, true, Doug. That's very possible. So, folks, I know I'm kind of going through quickly. Um, all right. So, guys, I forgive me, I skipped some of them because we got a lot to talk about. So, thank you, Alyssa. So I will paint one of my nails purple. So this is what we're gonna do, folks. I got on super early, as you can tell. I like history. I used to be an academic historian. So I opened up the entire set of Epstein files that was released yesterday. We actually have you can find them. The Congressional Oversight Committee released them online, and I went through them a bit. There's like 20,000 of them. It's a lot. But I did find the section where all these emails that are coming out are from, and I thought we could go through some of them together, kind of also learning how to analyze documents. We This obviously it- this some of the interesting ones have already been talked about publicly, right? Some of the really interesting ones. There are more. Um, oh, you're not wrong, Meowsword. From what I've seen, they have horrible punctuation. Uh, so we will go through some of them together. We'll then talk about the ones that are super important. If it gets too boring because I'm not finding anything very interesting, then we might stop. But it's good to sort of see how to look at documents and things like that. And I know I'm coming into this late because they were released yesterday. Okay, Alyssa, I'm almost done with this nail. But it will be interesting. I know. So I keep finding people keep releasing ones that haven't like new revelations from these. Sorry, I'm gonna fix this damn nail. Okay. So maybe we'll find something that hasn't been released yet or that hasn't been talked about yet. Okay. I'll do our own analysis. Okay. All right. So let's get into it. Again, these were released by the House Oversight Committee. Uh, okay. So, all right, let's go here. Okay. So, um, here they are. There are, if you notice, where's my face? Okay. Show you my face. Here's face cam. I wouldn't be surprised, Alyssa. I need to find that one. So, it took me a while to actually find because none of the agencies that are going through these ever post where in the files they found the different documents because they want to make it harder for other news agencies. Oh, why is it so? I need to move over here. Okay. They want to make it harder for other news agencies to look through the documents, and so they don't make it easy. So I had to kind of go through a bunch of them to find the right section because if you look here, this is the Epstein estate documents. There's four different categories: data, natives, texts, images is what you want to open, and then 1 through 12, and each of these has a massive amount of information in them, or a bunch of documents in them, thousands of documents. Okay, so and if they're not organized in any particular way, here, for example, I could ask. That's actually fair. Yeah, it would be nice if there was a search key. But for example, here, this is just one random one. This is a public disclosure, a financial disclosure. Oh, this is Donald Trump's financial disclosure from when when he was trying to disclose his um, finances. So they can include anything and anything to do with Epstein, Trump, things like that. Um, so that is so just to show, like, see, these are just one of the 12. Look at this. Page after page after page. Some of them are entire books that have been just transcribed and put in here. So I did find that if we go to if we start at like 10, I think that's the 10, you start getting into the emails. A lot of them are heavily redacted. Matt Saigai, thank you, Matt Saigai, for the donation. What color would you like, Matt Saigai? I already got the purple. We got red. We got pink. We got green, orange, and gray. Do you have a choice? So okay, so I thought we could start looking through some of these. I haven't really looked through any of them. There might be maybe a 9. I'm curious. Maybe 9 has some of those too, those emails. Yeah, there are some in 9 too. Okay, there are some of them in 9 too. So let's just oh, Alyssa, I'm sorry. Did you say middle finger? I'm sorry, I missed it. Pink, thank you, Matt Saigai. I'm sorry, Alyssa. My apologies. I'm sorry, Alyssa. I know I'm horrible. Don't hate me. Okay. Okay. So let's just get started with some of these. Like here, I'll just start in 9. It might go back farther than that, to be honest. So here we have one. Oh, this is to Steve Bannon. Great. This is to Steve Bannon. Um, from Jeffrey Epstein. Maybe Southern District money laundering, any action that offends the Constitution, corrupt intent. So many open questions. Flippers will dictate my view. Big deal. So this doesn't look like. And then Andrew Grossman. Okay, so this looks like a nothing burger. It's just them talking about the Mueller investigation. Um, okay, 1 second here. Yeah, Steve. There's a lot of Steve Bannon stuff in here. Um, Hello, Science Teach. If anybody uses the word slay anymore, those nails would definitely slay. Thank you, Science Teach. Thank you very much. Okay. I agree. They do slay. These are some slay. And by the way, Matt Saigai, I'm painting it now. We got pink now. We got a pink nail and we got a purple nail. All right. There we go. There we go. All right. Lovely. Okay. So, what else we got here? These are once again, there's a lot of books that have been put in here. We got another one. Not much of interest in this one. You know what? Can we just go through them? Let me see here. Okay, so these are also a lot of times they send multiple versions because sometimes there are multiple versions of the emails. So let's see if we can find anything else here. Uh, House over. What's this one? Okay, so that's all more nonsense. Let me see here. I know again, folks, this might be a bit boring here, but give me a chance here. There might be something good. Um, Okay, so these are just who the heck is this? So this I don't know who Andrew Grossman is, but Andrew Grossman is communicating with Jeffrey Epstein quite a bit. Um, uh, who else we got here? Hello, Ivana B. Spanked. Hello, Ivana B. Spanked. Love your name. Love your name. Okay. Okay. Yeah. How dare you, Luke? How dare you? Okay. All right. So, you know what? I can just click this to go through them. Okay. Boring, 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 boring. More documents, more documents. Oh, here we go. Okay. Woof. All right, guys. Uh, we're getting some interesting stuff here. So here it is. It says here, um, you see, this is from Jeffrey Epstein to Kathy Rumler. Do we know who that is? It says here, you see, okay, this is from Epstein. You see, I'll just so you know I'm not lying. You can see it here, okay? Uh, okay. You see, I know how dirty Donald is. My guess is that non-lawyers, New York business people have no idea what it means to have your fixer flip. Oof. Okay, and then the Kathy responds, "It makes no difference whether it was his money. Issue is failure to disclose. Plus, fact he has lied his ass off about it makes it clear he knew it was illegal." Um, Jeffrey responded, "I think he makes the argument that it was his, Trump's money, making it not illegal. Though said he also said he only found out afterwards, and the fact, according to the indictment, was billed as services rendered and grossed up." Um, Here we mentioned the Clintons are mentioned here. Um, okay, I did talk in detail to Starr yesterday in regard to the indictments, how Trump can make a deal. Clinton's trash can. Yes, Starr gave me more. So this is all terrible grammar and shit. I'm not sure why the Clintons are mentioned there. It doesn't make sense. By the way, for any MAGA people watching, no problem arresting the Clintons too. Zero problem. Zero problem. Uh, okay. And then Kathleen Rumler goes on to say the principled case for impeachment is clear. So we got here. Thank you, Malzord. Um, yeah, that was Cohen, Luke. Though, okay, is an attorney who was the principal deputy White House counsel and then White House counsel to President Barack Obama. Okay. Um, I'm sorry, folks. Did I miss a bunch? Right, Druzelli, he's awful. Uh, so again, folks, there's a lot of good stuff in here. I just happened to come across that one. Um, Yeah, it's gonna take a long time, Melissa. We're not, but again, I've actually skipped the majority of them. Okay, I swear they do. Okay, let's go on to the next one. So again, this is interesting stuff. And when you read documents, folks, it's always important to understand who it's being written to, what the audience is, because that might influence what is being said. Uh, I need to zoom out a bit here. All right. Um, okay, let's go to the next one here. Yeah, this is very fascinating. Did I miss any super chats or anything? I know. So again, folks, for those who just came in, every $2 super chat or 200 bits. Nothing interesting there. Um, Will you get to choose the color of one of my fingers? We already got two. We got pink and purple. Um, okay. This is all about voter turnout. They're discussing how to get voter turnout. Interesting. They're talking about Bernie Sanders. This is from Maskin to who? This is from Jeffrey Epstein. See here. Oh, and here we go. Oh, Larry Summers. Oh, wow. Shocking to find Larry Summers' name talking to Donald Trump. Larry Summers, the hyper capitalist, hates poor people guy who always goes on TV and talks about how taking increasing taxes on the rich will ruin the world. Is talking here to Jeffrey Epstein. Let's see here. Uh, okay. Sorry, they're just talking about it's the same stuff that we know. The same that we talk about. I was fun and interesting talking about how Bernie Sanders couldn't run as an independent. Talking about political polarization. If I like centrism, it is clear that this is better. Uh, okay. Hello, SoCal. Let me see what. Sorry, folks. I'm so hyper. I'm in history mode, so historian mode, so I'm focused on the documents. So I'll see what we got here. Uh, Ivana be spanked. I wonder how he is going to try and bribe us to forget. Oh, right, Ivana, totally. I would bet he might. Maybe sending out those $2,000 checks he's talking about. We'll do it. Um, thank you very much, SoCal. SoCal, do you have a preference on color for one of my nails? Right now we got pink and purple. You can choose this one, right? This one. We got pink, purple, red, orange, green, and gray. Do you have a preference? Tell me what you want me to paint my next nail. Okay. And then he's talking about giving them $10,000 for something. Okay, I don't know who they're referring to. Green, thank you very much, SoCal. Okay, let's go to the next one here. Uh, Here we have from Jeffrey Epstein to Michael Wolff. Okay, Michael Wolff, who was sort of a reporter about the elites. By the way, kind of revealing that he's unethical. He has very close connections to these people um he's supposed to be reporting on. Not exactly a good sign for someone who's supposed to be a journalist covering these folks. I don't know what any of his work is about. But there you go, SoCal. We got a green nail now. Okay, excellent. But I don't know what his work is, but not very great. Okay. Um, I was thinking of okay, photos. So I was thinking of opening with you and Bannon talking about Trump in reference to. So okay, they're talking about some sort of report where Jeffrey Epstein talks about Trump. Uh, would let you sound okay. Oh my God! Look, see, this is why he's not a good journalist. Okay, I was thinking of opening with you and Bannon talking about Trump. Would let you sound smart and offer what I think would be a crowd-pleasing perspective. So Michael Wolff is talking about basically putting the narrative in his favor, um, a crowd-pleasing perspective, and make you seem like a credible player, former friend of Trump, advisor to world leaders, sought-after person, without having to rehash old stuff. Doesn't seem like they can win. Okay. If the Republicans pull so this is, Jeffrey Epstein. If the Republicans pull this off, Steve would deserve most of the credit. He was way out in front all the way. Execution. This is from November 5th, by the way, 2018. Okay, so again, um, more corruption type stuff. Hello, Mithril. From Jeffrey Epstein. Why has no one interviewed some of Trump's classmates at Wharton? That's actually a good question. Why haven't people interviewed some of, Trump's classmates at Wharton? It's an interesting question. Deutsche Bank papers very bad for Trump. Hmm. Hmm, 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 hmm. Hmm. Uh, okay. More of the same, more of the same. All right. This is interesting. Oh, these are just a bunch of jokes. Okay, these are a bunch of jokes. So this is a list of what are called from Joel Dunn. These are a bunch of jokes. Titles of the shortest books of all time. Let's see how disgusting their senses of humor are. This is from Joel Dunn to it includes Jeffrey Epstein. My shortest book titles of all time: My Black Girlfriends by Tiger Woods. Hmm. Hmm. It does, Fox Emblem. Uh, Things I Love About My Country by Jane Fonda. Okay. My Christian Accomplishments and How I Helped After Katrina. So get the joke there, by Reverend Jesse Jackson and Al Sharpton. Okay. Shortest books of all time. Things I Cannot Afford by Bill Gates. That's pretty bad humor. That's not even very funny. Uh, Things I Would Not Do for Money by Den. Okay, a lot of these are black folks. Have you noticed? They really seem to like making jokes about black people. Okay. Things we all know to be true by Al Gore and John Kerry. Okay. Yeah, Alyssa, you're right. To All the Men We Have Loved Before by Ellen DeGeneres and Rosie O'Donnell. Okay, ha ha ha. Because they're gay, they're lesbians, so they don't date men. Okay. The Amish phone directory. Okay, that is kind of funny. Oh my God, Guide to Dating Etiquette by Mike Tyson. Um, My Book of Morals by Bill Clinton. That's kind of funny. How to Drink and Drive Safely. Oh my God, by Ted Kennedy. Okay. My Complete Knowledge of Military Strategy by Nancy Pelosi. Okay, that is kind of funny too. Things I Did to Deserve the Nobel Peace Prize by Barack Obama. Okay, ha ha ha. All right. Uh okay, just more crap here. This is interesting. A newspaper article about bin Salman. Um some sort of academic paper. Okay. Um I'm gonna see if there's anything else interesting here that we missed. Uh Fundamentals. So this is someone trying to talk about real estate. Again, folks, give me a second. Just let me I know this is kind of boring at the moment, but we're doing a live review of these. So Jeffrey photos. Okay, this is about something about a flag. It looks seems uninteresting. Totally, oh my god, totally, Meowser. You're right. Like this is peak late stage capitalism. By the way, Meowser, love the Marxist um, language there. Fantastic. So much money is pooled at the top that people can't help but give into their impulses without consequences. Totally, totally. That's great, Dubois. That's great. I know, right? So, guys, this is pretty bad. I want to point something else out too. I thought was super interesting. The people who released these, right, was Republican, the Republican controlled oversight committee. They're claiming they released it because they thought it would help Trump. I don't know if I buy that. They would have to be really, really dumb if they thought that releasing this would help Trump. I suspect that this is almost a coup, like not, I mean, a nonviolent attempt to push out Trump because they might be meows or it might be violent non-resistance. And don't get me wrong, I am not. Let's not. We're not. I'm not certain of that. They're Republicans after all. They're horrible people. But they might just be really sick of Trump. And they're worried after watching Mamdani win and stuff that his policies are going to cause the country to move in the wrong direction. So they might have released this. They also might have known it was going to come out anyway. So who knows? Uh, no, it would definitely not be resistance for good, Fox Emblem. Like it's not like they're. Don't get me wrong. I'm not complimenting them as much as saying this might be a sign that the Republicans are sick of Trump. Uh, okay, they might be Alyssa. They might just be that dumb. But yeah. Um, so I don't know. It just seems weird to me that they would release it and then lie and then say this is going to be good for Trump. Like I really don't think they would think it'd be good for Trump. Yeah, totally, Fox Emblem. I'm so tired too, Fox Emblem. Okay. Uh, so they, I just okay. So it's just interesting to me that they would even release this. Okay. So this is just a bunch of nonsense about painting various things as if we care. How dare they, think that we care about this? uh, oh, I'm trying to see here what else we got. Okay, there's not much on this one. It looks like this one. This is in German. Today. Uh, who is this from? This is from someone. Okay, uh, a lovely Frau Diekert. Oh, okay, it's just about a gala. Okay. Uh, I'm sick of you, Matt Saigai. Okay. Oh my god, that's amazing, Mithril. That would be super interesting. I actually took a class on terror and terrorism when I was in school. Um, so again, this all this stuff is being look, see, this is what we're talking about when bribery. So this is from Leslie Groff. Um, I don't know who that is, but apparently she's affiliated with Bard College. Um, Jeffrey, thank you for your gifts to Bard College. Every dollar is deeply appreciated. So uh, I mean, that's pretty funny. Okay, that's pretty funny. I mean, just like obviously that could be a form. That could be how he controls thing. It might be, Alyssa. I'm not sure. Thank you, Meowzord. Thank you, Meowzord. What color would you like for the fourth one to be? We got red, green, pink, purple, gray, orange. Um, ew, ew. Okay, ew. Oh my god, gross. This is them talking about women they find attractive. Socialist red. I totally appreciate that, Meowzord. Thank you. You're the boss, Meowzord. I'm gonna paint the thumb that color, Meowzord, because I love red. All right. So, okay. So real fast here, folks. This is kind of gross. Hello, pizza. Ew, Wexner. Yeah, Wexner was one of the people associated with MC. Okay, so here we go. Thank you, Meowzord. All right. It says here, how about this year's SALSS project manager? And then it's redacted, brainy and sensual, picture attached. Ew. Ew. Okay, so it's just them talking about some woman they find attractive. Okay. That's nasty. Um, all right. Okay, so any more emails on this one? God, there's a lot of them. Uh, yeah, there's a picture. I don't know if I want to see the picture. Probably don't. I don't think they luckily they didn't include it, so I don't have to see it. Um, it's gonna go through these. Most of these look like nothing burgers because they have to basically do all the info. You, dear Mr. Epstein, further to emails of January 1st, I crossed an image of a rare 17th century marble bust of Roman Emperor Vitellius you purchased from me during the second half of the 90s. Talking about how much he loves Maxwell. Ooh. Oh, okay, this is kinda cool. I appreciate this guy. Uh, I appreciate this guy. He doesn't trust them. He doesn't trust them. I'm sorry. Okay, I got this one isn't that bad. I appreciate that some people were pushing back against him. Uh, I recalled upon many occasions you visiting, Benson, Plimco Road and being extremely respectful and courteous, as Miss Maxwell was on each occasion. From recent media reports about you and our Prince Andrew, I do not believe you. Um, Mix Maxwell and Prince Andrew would undermine your conduct the way reports are suggesting. Uh, oh wait, no, 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 no. I'm sorry. He's saying he doesn't believe it. Damn it! I thought he was actually saying, okay. I feel for you and hope this episode clears so you can concentrate on your professional activities that do positive things for our countries. Um, you may have heard a okay. He's saying that the guy that you're wrongly okay. Never mind. This guy's just sucking up to him. Okay, okay, good, good, good. Just sucking up to him. Okay. Um, okay. I thought it was someone pushing back and saying we don't trust you anymore after the okay. Oh, we got a nice pic of Hillary being nice pic of Hillary. I totally misinterpreted that. Okay. Weird shit like that. Um Oh, look. Oh, guys, for all the lovers of Israel out there, look who sent this email to Jeffrey Epstein. Look who sent this email. This would be Ehud Barak sent this email to Jeffrey Epstein. Do we all know who Ehud Barak is? Ehud Barak. Yeah, he was the former prime minister of Israel. You know, yeah, sending nice casual emails to Jeffrey Epstein. Cute, cute. Gotta love that. Not psychotic at all, right, Malzor? Not psychotic at all. Love that. Okay, folks, did I miss any thank you, Matt Saigai. Okay. What color would you like the next one, Matt Saigai? I'm sure you do. I'm sure you do, Matt Saigai. Yeah, okay, so there, well, we found a document that does have Ehud just so you know I'm not lying here, folks. Look at that. Ehud Barak right there. Okay. Um, and he is complaining to Jeff. Why am I saying Jeff like I'm on first name basis with him? Uh, okay. Anyway, he's complaining about a North Korea nuclear deal, probably because he wants the United States to bomb Iran. Okay, and he thinks that it's bad. Okay. Okay. Oh my gosh, this is great. This is from Mike Cohen. Um, Please spend 2 minutes and watch this Oh my God, there we got Dennis Prager got a mention. Dennis Prager got a mention. Uh, I apologize. You're a smart guy. I apologize. You're a smart guy. Would you choose a color, please? Um, yeah, right, Alyssa. It's just like, just okay. Right. Soup cheese love Prager. You got Prager. You got to mention. There you go. Global, right? Please spend 2 minutes and watch. We should watch this video today. Watch this Dennis Prager video on the Iran deal. Then forward it if you agree. If not, I understand and just delete. Respectfully, Terry, Mike Cohen sent it. I wonder if we could find that. Okay. Um, this is great. This is great. Yeah, there is. There's gray. There is gray, Matt Saigai. There's gray. There's gray and there's orange. Gray and orange. Okay, so this is okay. This is from Prager, Dennis Prager. All right. So, oh, this one has a lot of redactions. Oh, that's the one we just looked at. All right. So, let's see here. Yeah, a bunch of nonsense. So I did save from other people I've looked at some of the ones that have been posted. Oh my God, look at this. Here we go. This is great. Um this is from okay, ooh, that is interesting. Whoever sent this, it's redacted. Whoever sent this is redacted, but we know it's to Jeffrey Epstein, and it says the following. Got you, Matt Saigai. The inauguration was amazing, and in one day, Trump got more fat women walking than Michelle did 8 years ago, in 8 years. I'm not sure what that means, but it was sent from an iPhone from a redacted source. Interesting. Wonder why they redacted that. Okay. Orange. We got orange. Orange, orange, orange. Yeah, do this, Matt Saigai. Thank you, Matt Saigai. Okay. I know, Malzord. uh, did I say iPhone? What did I say? All right, there you go, Matt Saigai. Orange. All right, we got one hand done. We got one more hand to do, folks. Uh, Wait a minute. Okay, guys, this is sus. This is sus. Um, this is sus. So, first of all, you can see Mad Sci Guy. It's orange. Orange. Okay, this is kind of sus. Look, this is from Kathy Rumier. I'm gonna look her up. I think we already looked her up, but I just want to see who this is. Kathy Rumier. Okay, yeah, that's who we talked about previously. Um, White House counsel. Uh, she's now part of Goldman Sachs. Um, Interesting. There's a lot of connections between her and Epstein, apparently. She was in frequent email correspondence. Uh, it looks like she's very corrupt. Who would have thought? Um, all right. So it says here, this is just weird. Because Israel is involved in this one. That's why I think it's weird. Hello, London. It says here, subject Heat Street. Shady Israeli mogul hires ex White House counsel to represent employee arrested in inauguration day riot, raising questions. Uh, I'm dying to hear about your weekend. I can't take credit, but I heard someone say that you handling this is like asking your buddies if they had anyone who could fill in for a pickup game and somebody sends over LeBron. Uh, I'm curious. Okay. What? What did we miss here? Interesting. I'm not sure what this is about. They might just be joking about something. I'm kind of confused talking about Israel and defending someone. Okay, I'm gonna skip these because they're kind of unclear. It's not like they're speaking in a coded language. Hey, JMac. Hey, JMac. I have to use Conservapedia. Okay, guys, sorry. I'm the. Um, you would think London. You would think, right? Easy enough. What's easy enough? Okay, sorry, folks. I'm getting way too into these because my all my history neurons are firing. I love looking at documents. So if I'm not talking much, forgive me. Okay. Uh, Not much here. Uh, when I need to, there we go. We'll go through them again like we were before. Okay. So, we got, okay, more crap. Oh, what was that? Um, this is interesting. This is from, I need to look up this. I got to look up this Trump. I'm going to see. Come on, please. God, is there a way? Can someone look this? Okay. You see this right here, folks? Can we see what this tweet was that Trump did? This is from Landon Thomas Jr. to Jeffrey Epstein. And it says, I think my wife is going to change the lock on the door tonight. And it has is that so? Okay, I'll do that. I can, is there a way for me to, you know what? There might be a way for me to, is there a way for me to open this on, I have an idea. Let me see what I can do. I might be able to open it on. Give me a second. Okay. Here, I'm just gonna, one second here. I'm gonna try this. Here, 842739. 155230740 481. Copy. Okay, now 1 second. Twitter. Okay, oops. Real Donald Trump. Let's see what we could see because this might have been because this was before the changeover. It might not be where it's supposed to be because it says Twitter still, so it might not actually have what we want there uh, and that location anymore. Yeah, I don't think. Okay, we're not gonna be able to find it. I think there just because it's the okay. Anyway, but who knows what he said there that they got that reaction. Um, okay, I'm sorry guys. I am ignoring all of you. I'm sorry. Look in chat. What do you mean? Uh, Oh, hi. Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. I'm sorry. I'm so hyper focused. Let me see what you guys said. There was your nerd of when. Okay. My nerd of is showing JMac. There was an email saying the 2016 would have been canceled if the dirt they had was really Fox. Okay. Um. Oh, that's it. Thank you. Thank you, London. Okay. Here it is. Thank you, London. This is the one. Are you sure about that, London? I don't. I don't think that's the one, London. I'm sorry to say. Uh. I just doesn't. Really? That's okay, Linda, but see, that's the thing, it was before I mean, maybe, but it was before they changed the name over to X, it was still Twitter at the time. So maybe I could be wrong, London, but I did that well, maybe this is it, I just don't see I believe you, London. I just don't think it's the maybe, the address is different now. I mean, maybe it's right, but I don't know because this is also from 2017 when I wanna see when oh, this also was from 2017. Okay, so maybe that was it. Well, wait. So maybe that was the one. Um, anyway, it could very well have been the one. I'm not sure. Uh, okay. Hey, how dare you, J-Mac? I know, right, Fox? Don't you love it knowing that this is all? Thank you, Soup Cheese. Our glorious leader. How dare all of you? How dare you all plot a revolt? I'm sorry. I'm in nerd mode. I'm in nerd mode. By the way, for those who just arrived, if for every super chat or 200 bits we get, or subscriptions we get through either on YouTube by clicking the join button or on Twitch. If we will, you get to choose another color for one of my nails. I've already done 5 of them, but we got 5 more to go, which is why it says 4 out of 10. So please do that. We're going to be streaming for a long time today, folks, because I wanted to do this on stream. And then we're going to have, by the way, a special guest later. My dad is going to be joining us on stream, and he's going to be showing us a bunch of artifacts from World War II. So stick around for that when we get to that. Um, yeah, so right now we're just talking about the Epstein stuff. I got on early so that I could look through these documents with all I was gonna do it by myself, but then I'm like, "Yeah, I could do it on stream." Uh, okay. So, okay. Yeah, so, let's see what else we got here. Global assessment study, blah, 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 images of China for some reason, blah, 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 talking about China. China's gonna destroy us, blah, 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 blah. Okay, blah, blah, blah. China's the best. Blah, blah, blah. Love China. China's great for investing. Okay, I'm just kind of summarizing what I'm seeing there. Okay, uh, all right. All that crap. Doo-ba-doo-doo, All right. This is creepy. Okay, what is BBB? This is from oh god, it also doesn't say who this is from. I'm guessing this is from Barbro Einbaum, who's I'm sorry, Swedish American Life Science Summit. And it says here, huge thanks. What's BBB? What is BBB? I don't know what BBB is. This is gross, though. Listen to this. Okay, this is really gross. Um, you might regret making that joke here in a second, J Mac. Okay, you might regret making that joke. Wait till you hear this. Okay. Uh, Thanks, dear Jeffrey, thanks for giving BBB another chance. We have 200 quite fantastic young women, including a minister, an ambassador, Lisa, a professor, your Anna, a princess, Sophia, and 100 and the other 196 are doing pretty good as well. Lots of young girls in Sweden now dream of joining BBB. We really build something unique and worthwhile. Young Dean at Stockholm School of Economics is an idiot to throw it all out, but now it's time to develop it smartly. I will be doing a famous summer radio program in a few weeks in Sweden. 1 million listeners, amongst other things. I will talk about the girls and my blind date long ago with a Donald Trump. What? And my blind date long ago with a Donald Trump. Anyways, please see details for the money transaction below. Etya is my banker and a super person. I am leaving tomorrow night. Am I leaving tomorrow night, if anything? Also, if you send me a cell phone number, I can start sending you photos. Hmm. Photos of young girls, I'm guessing, from BBB. Much easier than email. What is this organization? BBBAB. Interesting. Yeah, this is gross. What is BBB Sweden? BBB Epstein, a lot of stuff about young girls in that. Uh, is it the Better Business Bureau? Interesting. Yeah, it might be. But you're right. It might be the Better Business Bureau. But that's okay. If that's the case, that is just bizarre, right? That there's. I mean, it's not bizarre. We can guess. Barbara's best and brightest. You got it. Yeah. I suspect that it's a It might be code, Alyssa. Like the fact that they're talking so much about young women, big Beethoven's big break, right? Uh, I can't really find. Oh, it's a Swedish women's network. Okay, so you weren't joking. I thought someone else mentioned it. I got you, Doug. I'm sorry, Doug. I thought I saw that, but I wasn't sure if that was really what it was called. Uh, I see you all. Okay, so it's a women's group. Uh, Barbo's best and brightest. Barbo's best and brightest. Okay. Oh, Barbers. I'm sorry, Barbour's best and brightest. Ambitious young women. Okay, that's weird. I think we all know why he's funding that group, right? We all know why. Okay, anyway. And then, of course, they're sending him pictures of it. I bet we know why there. Okay, anyway. Ambitious young women. All right, good. Love that. Love that. Okay. Um, what else we got here, folks? This is, I don't know what this is. Hey, this is just more stuff about all this money stuff involved because, he's rich and, this is, showing. There are a lot, Soup Cheese. I'm not gonna go through all of them. There are over 20,000, and this I skipped by all the boring ones, so this is just the last probably 2,000 of them, which have a ton of emails, so I'm not gonna go through all of them, but well, at least not on stream, I won't. But going through some of them here. Uh, Hello, Matt's like, I see you over there. Thank you, Jeffrey. 'Kay. Yeah, it's like the last 2,000 or so, but don't worry, we're not I know. Well, listen, imagine what's in the full releases. So, okay, guys, I am gonna pause here. Maybe we'll come back to this. I wanted to, this is interesting. We've already seen a couple things in here, right, that haven't been talked about yet. Uh, and, like, just we've just been kind of barely looking. Um And we've already seen, like, an email from oh, yeah, don't worry. So, guys, yeah, you don't, we're not gonna go through all of these, but I just kinda wanted to do a sampling with you to see the kind of shit that is gonna start coming up here, right? We already saw an email from Ehud Barak. We saw a lot of mentions to women. We saw him talking about how Trump is gross and has a bunch of, Epstein saying I know Trump very well. He has a lot of stuff on in, like so, like, a lot of gross stuff here, that haven't been talked about yet. So because all this stuff is still coming out, the most salacious stuff is the stuff that's being released first, but then there's a bunch of stuff behind that that might not be as directly salacious, but that is, very interesting. Um, 'Kay. Uh, Whoa, what does this do? That's cool, right? Uh, right, guys? Just highlighting my mess okay, yeah, guys, yeah, feel free to highlight your messages. Duck say, right. I know, right? Ken Klippenstein was almost certainly gonna be going through these, that's for sure. Um, I'm just gonna go through a few more, and then I'm gonna go to the ones that I found that were pulled out, that were, somewhat other people pulled out and put online. Larry Summers again. I gotta love Larry Summers, right? God, I hate Larry Summers. Okay. Uh, Blah, 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 blah. Larry Summers talking about how great the world is, how everything's actually fine. That's classic. Okay, this is, to Jeffrey Epstein from Darren Indike. Whoa. What the hell? This is just some guy yelling about Jeffrey Epstein being accused of having sex with underage girls. I don't know what this okay, yeah, this is just like, okay. Uh, okay, guys. So, forgive me. I'm getting way too into this. I need to, we'll stop here. I want to show you the ones that are kind of, blowing up the news. So let's look at those. Here we have this one. Uh, these are gross. So this is to Jeffrey Landon, sorry, Landon Thomas Jr. from Jeffrey Epstein. Uh, okay, so first of all, gross. The woman cited here is Selena Middlefart, the queen of the queen of glamour. And Jeffrey Epstein says, "My 20-year-old girlfriend in '93. That after 2 years, I gave to Donald Trump." And then Landon says the following. Uh, okay, they have a conversation. And then this is what Jeffrey Epstein says. "Would you like photos of Donald and girls in bikinis in my kitchen?" Um, okay. Uh, I'm just saying, like, okay. Good, good. Let's go. Let's look at another one, shall we? Would you like photos of Donald Trump and with girls in my kitchen? Okay. Uh, we already saw this one. We accidentally came across it when we were looking at the files. We'll go to the third one. Yeah, you. Here we go. This one, I'm still trying to figure out what it means. Okay, so this I believe is a series of emails. Uh, it says so. This is between. It appears between Steve Bannon and Jeffrey Epstein. So this is Jeffrey Epstein, Prince Andrew and Trump today. Too funny. Too funny. I'm not sure what this is referring to. This is from 60319. Okay. Recall Prince Andrew's accuser came out of Mar-a-Lago. Bannon replies, "Can't believe nobody is making the connective tissue." That's interesting. It almost seems like Steve Bannon kind of wants. Uh, it's almost like he kind of wants Trump to fall, doesn't he? Okay. Um, Jeffrey Epstein, F and B only. So that's basically Steve Bannon admitting that there must be a connection between what Prince Andrew did and what Donald Trump did. They were both at Mar-a-Lago. Okay. Um, and I'm not sure what F and B means, but when he replies, but still, okay. Let's go on to the next one. Number 4. Uh, here we go. This is talking about Donald Trump. This is from Jeffrey Epstein to, again, Thomas Landon. He feels alone and is nuts. I told everyone from day one, evil beyond belief, mad, and most thought I was speaking metaphorically. It's obvious he could crack. Stormy Daniels, lies after lies after lies. Uh, he's scaring the shit. This is Landon responding. He's scaring the shit out of me now. He could walk well. He could well tank global economy. Can Barack talk sense to him anymore? I think Barack. I don't know who that's supposed to be. I doubt it's Barack Obama. There you go, London. I doubt that means Barack Obama. Um, do we? Who do we think Barack is? That has to be coded, right? He's not talking about Obama talking. Oh, that's disgusting, Meowsord. That's gross. So Barbo Airborne, the CEO we just talked about, is a pimp, apparently. I am curious now, folks. This is conspiracy brained of me, right? What does the name Barack sound like? It sounds like Ehud Barak, right? Maybe he's referring to that person. I don't know. Um, that's disgusting, Meowsord. That is disgusting. So if you search for an Epstein, you get shit like Epstein repeatedly invited BBB Swedish young women to his luxury home in New York. Disgusting. Mecha Kind, hello, welcome. Uh, Fox Emblem, if you go to the oversight the Congressional Oversight Committee's website, they posted it all there. So if you just do a search in Google, like, uh, released Epstein documents oversight committee, you'll find them all there. They posted them all. I'm doing well, Mecha Kind. Thank you. How are you? Okay, so yeah, that's pretty messed up. So okay, let's see. Let's do the other one that's famous at this point. Okay. This one here. All right. This is from Jeffrey Epstein to this is from Jeffrey Epstein to Jeffrey Epstein. Okay, who knows? Prostitution is a state crime. Never before a man in his own house charged with soliciting. In Florida, first offenders are required to take a sex ed class and get pretrial diversion. No criminal record. There is a felony solicitation for a third offense. Okay, he's complaining about being charged. Okay, I don't want to get into this. Uh, he's saying it's all made up by the press that there were 15-year-olds. Okay, blah 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 blah. Blank. Okay, so here we go. This is where it gets kind of weird. Um, Blank worked at Mar-a-Lago. Trump knew of it and came to my house many times during yeah, me too, Mecha Kind. Don't we all? Don't we all? And I'm gay, Mecha Kind, but so that might not be bad for me, but it would definitely be bad for Trump, right? I'm joking, Mecha Kind, but yeah, we do hope if he goes to prison, Mecha Kind. I don't suspect he will. I don't have much faith in that, but we all do hope to see that. Okay, yeah, you're right, Doug. From what I've heard, that's Virginia Guffrey. I can't remember her last name, Guffrey. Yeah. Trump knew of it and came to my house many times during the period. The testimony of the houseman, John Alessi, confirmed it. He never got a massage. Okay. Ran into Phoenicia. Okay. So that is basically him saying that Trump was at his house. Okay. Trump was at his house. Okay. All right. So this is very interesting, folks. Do we know if there's going to be a press conference today? I am curious. I'm going to see if there is. If there is, I would love to see it. Um, Press conference. Oof, shocking, Malzord, shocking. Um, okay, so a press conference today. I just want to see if the White House is going to do a press conference today. I don't think they will. They're probably doing damage control right now, and they're trying to decide what to do. White House today. Yeah, no, you're right, Doug. It does appear though that they did paint him in a bit. Didn't Doug? There's also contradictory comments in these because there's other ones that there was one, folks. I don't know if you guys saw this one. Let me see if I can find it. It's really gross. I think I may have missed it. Uh, is this the one? That's really sickening. About Trump being around these girls. Um, if I can find it. So if I can find it here. So there was one that was basically Epstein talking about basically how let me see if I can find it. Epstein, I'll read it to you. Epstein, Trump, glass girls. See here, Trump nose on window. Just trying to find it. Nose on window. Oh, I know, Mecha. Trust me. You're not. By the way, Mecha, we have several Norwegians in my community. We certainly wish here in America we were more like Norway. Let's put it that way. Okay. On window. Okay, here we go. I'll see if I can find this. Uh, so I see if I can find the original one. Okay. So here it is. Oh, is that it? Thank you, Doug. Thank you, Doug. If that's it. Uh,
One of those stolen.
no, no, no. So basically, folks, one of the files, I wish I could find the original here. If I look closely enough, I'd be able to find it. Basically, was Jeffrey Epstein saying, "You think Trump wasn't into girls?" And he basically said, "I can tell you that when there were girls in a swim pool at my place, Donald Trump plastered his face against the window, looking at them to the point where his nose um, left an imprint on my window because he was so obsessed with watching these young girls swim in the pool." I'm not exaggerating. I need to find the uh okay. Yeah, ran into the glass. Um that's right, ran into the glass, Alyssa. And in one of the files it talks about it. Uh I don't know if you guys okay. Yeah, really gross, right, Maxim? So by the way, so Mecha Kind, I don't know if she's here, and we have Drusilla. We also have another one named Ida. Maybe they're not here at the moment. I know Drusilla was here earlier, but there are some other Norwegians here. Maybe not today, but we do have regulars who are Norwegian. I promise you. Okay. All right. I want to see if they're going to be doing a press conference today. See her live press con. Yeah, I haven't seen Ida since what, yesterday? Conference, White House, because I would like to see how they're going to try and dodge this. It's from a day ago. So did they actually? I'm just. You know what? Let's watch this real fast. Yeah, I know. I agree, SoCal. Because it was really hard. It's very not organized, which makes it hard to look through. Okay, so I'm going to let me see if I can find this. Yeah, I do hope so, Doug. I'm excited for it to be compiled. Did they? Okay. What did they say? I'm going to look up what was actually said in the press conference yesterday. Where'd it go? Okay. Conference, Caroline Levitt. Totally agree, Mecha. That would be justice, would it not? Okay. Press conference, Caroline Levitt. And again, shows I'm surprised that the Republicans released this. Makes you wonder if they're pretending, if they're kind of hoping it has a bad effect on him. Let's just hear what she said. I'm curious. Totally, Doug. I just want to see what she says.
Americans. These substances are now
okay.
Seize and stop drug traffickers. That meeting.
Okay, talking about drug trafficking, blah 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 blah.
Critical government data. The Democrats may have permanently cost of living issues. Received a great 7 weeks and inflicted massive pain onto the American public.
All right, SoCal.
But let's be clear. What President Trump has done since day one.
Okay, here we go. Distraction.
When Joe Biden was here and inflation was at a record high 9%.
Look at this.
The worst inflation crisis in modern American history.
Mecca, right, Mecca. No, I agree, Mecca. As a matter of fact, Mecca kind. Something else I found in the documents while I was sort of just passively scrolling them earlier was a lot of references to Putin and Russia, which I thought was super weird. In some of these released documents. And of course, it's possible. And also, by the way, there is some evidence coming out that shows that Jeffrey Epstein actually offered to Sergei Lavrov or someone around Sergei Lavrov. He said he wanted to speak to Putin because he might have more information, or I'm sorry, he said he wanted to speak to Lavrov because he might have some information on Donald Trump. I'm not even exaggerating. So it's actually very possible that there was actually a Russia connection, despite I know the Democrats kind of flopped when they investigated before, but that was one of the revelations that hasn't been talked about much, was the fact that Jeffrey Epstein was trying to get a hold of the Russians for some reason to talk about what he knows about Donald Trump. Anyway, and that was a month before. That was a month before Donald Trump met with Putin in Helsinki, which, if you all remember, that was the meeting where Donald Trump and Putin went into a room with their translators by themselves and then told their translators to destroy the documents about it or destroy the translations after they came out. So no one knows what they talked about. Again, I don't know what happened there, but it is. But you can see there might actually be some compromat, which is the Russian term for blackmail that they use to control politicians. Regarding that, okay. As a matter of fact, before we, I'm going to keep her playing.
Trump won a landslide election in part to address the affordability issues created by Joe Biden and the Democrats. And that's exactly what President Trump has done since day one of his administration. Since the first day in office and every day since, the Trump administration has taken aggressive action to fix the Biden-created cost of living issues. The notion that the same Democrats who just shut down the federal government to...
Okay, blah, 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 blah. We'll get back to her, but while I'm on this, let me show you here. So nearly a month before President Donald Trump met this is from yesterday, Russian leader Vladimir Putin in Helsinki, Jeffrey Epstein attempted to pass a message to Russia's top diplomat. It literally said, I think you might suggest to Putin that Lavrov can get insight on talking to me. Okay. That's a quote from the documents that were released. Mecca kind, good question, right? All right. Yeah, let's go start a GoFundMe. Let's send him back to Russia. I'm sure he'd be happy there, right? Okay. He loves the authoritarianism and such. So, again, this is something else that still isn't. There's so many things coming out of these files that a lot of them aren't being talked about fully yet. Okay, or they're not being focused on. Okay. And for all the Europeans here in chat, I mean, you all know this, but like, this is like treachery against all of you too, right? Like siding with Putin and stuff while your countries are under threat by this imperialist maniac. Anyway, okay. You all know that though. I don't need to tell you. Okay. And Steve Bannon declined to comment about it. A year before that, he reached out to Jagland, who's I'm not sure who Jagland is. I guess maybe some person, some diplomat, for help with the Russians. Jagland asked Epstein to visit him in Strasbourg, France, so Epstein could help him understand more about Trump and what's going on in American society. I know, Mecca kind, I know. You're right, Matt Saigai. Also, Trump met with Prince Andrew in London long after he was in office, for sure. Okay. I wonder why. All right. So, by the way, again, reminder, folks, if we get 5 more for every super chat of $2 or more, you get to choose a color to paint one of my nails. I've gotten 5 of them. We just got 5 more. You can also if you send 200 bits on Twitch, it'll also count. Or if you subscribe on Twitch, you can do so for free if you have Amazon Prime. You will also be able to choose the color for one of my nails. You can also become a member on Amazon or on YouTube for as little as 99 cents a month. Help support my channel and what I do here. Or send a super chat. Okay. All right. So let's go back. I want to see what she said about the Trump. What Goebbels Levitt said about Trump.
To sabotage our economy, rob people of their paychecks, and also helped Joe Biden ratchet up inflation to 9%, are now suddenly affordability champions. That notion
oh my
is
God, she sounds so mad,
absurd.
doesn't she?
And it's something
I know,
only
right,
the
Mecca
liberal
kind?
media.
Except Mecca kind, it won't be an invasion, but it'll just come from within, right, Mecca kind, right? It won't be that we were attacked by the Nazis or the Japanese. It'll just be us becoming Nazi ourselves, right? Okay.
Would have the gall to push. But the reality is that President Trump and his administration have done so much to lower prices and increase the economic prosperity of the American people. And this president and his team of amazing economic advisors are going to keep working on this issue every single day. In less than 10 short months, President Trump signed the largest middle-class tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips.
This is like the press conference version of like squirrel, right? As someone with ADHD, you can see this is just all squirrel. Alyssa, see, I want to see how they're going to distract from it, Alyssa. So I do kind of want to see what they're talking about before they get to the big news. And you can see they're just talking about all the great things, trying to distract. because it might reveal what their press strategy is going to be, right, Alyssa?
Overtime and Social Security, which will guarantee that next year.
Yeah, she seems really mad, doesn't she, SoCal? Like, look at that face. She's very angry.
Americans are going to put more money back into their pockets. The president has completely unleashed American energy dominance to help bring gasoline prices to the lowest in 5 years, and we expect them to continue to
lies,
decrease.
lies.
And it has also lowered energy costs overall. There is more work to do, but again,
I'm sorry,
the president's
SoCal.
deregulatory
Let me
and
see.
pro-American energy agenda is absolutely going to continue to drive down prices. This formula worked in the president's first term, and we expect that it's going to work again. And this is key
Thank you,
because we know energy
SoCal.
costs
Okay,
are the
Orange,
number
gotcha.
one driver of inflation. Again, just look at what Joe Biden did to our energy
right?
industry over the past 4 years of his administration, and look at what happened to inflation as a result. Everything became more expensive. To lower prescription drug prices and healthcare costs, the president has been working around the clock on this
so now
issue.
let's see.
He is obsessed
we
with
get the
negotiating
he's obsessed.
these good
Okay, so
deals
now let's see
of a
what the
presidential
questions are.
administration in 60 years.
Blah, blah,
describe
blah.
the organisation as the very best of society. Is ticking on.
We have Bev Turner, who works for a new
here we go.
outlet, a
Oh
UK
God!
outlet.
So they always ask for like quote unquote new press to go first, and it's almost always the most easiest questions ever from like right wing outlets. So they always started off with something boring.
Here in Washington D.C., GB News. Bev, thank you for being here today. Why don't you kick us off?
Thank you, Caroline. So the clock is ticking on the Friday deadline by which the BBC must retract and apologise for their malicious edit of the president in the documentary shown last year. The recently resigned Director General of the BBC yesterday described the organisation as the very best of society and blamed the enemies of the BBC for this outcome. Also,
of course, distracted
senior
question.
government minister launched a fierce defence of the channel in the House of Commons, saying that the broadcaster remains a light on the hill for people all over the world.
By the way, BBC is a very good
Feel
outlet.
that the network is taking
Not
the
perfect, but it's pretty
situation
good.
seriously? Does he believe that they've shown sufficient regret? Does this strain the relationship between the president and the prime minister?
All right.
And given that the organisation is publicly funded, is the president prepared to bankrupt the BBC in his pursuit of truth?
Of course he is.
Well,
What a question. Of course he's willing to bankrupt the BBC, right? Anyway,
Bev, there's a lot of questions in
paper
one
skin.
there. I will say, I know the president has a very good relationship with Prime Minister Starmer. You have been there, you've seen them in their interactions, you've questioned both leaders in your time joining us when we've gone to the United Kingdom a few different times now. However, he has always been very frank when he disagrees with leaders, even.
Yeah, no, you're right, Mithril. I don't mean to say they're perfect. They're not good on trans folks, and they're not good on Israel. But on a lot of stuff. Well, Mithril, I will say they've gotten a bit better on Israel recently. I've noticed. I could be wrong, Mithril, but I feel like recently they've gotten a bit better on Israel, but still not great.
Whom he has a good relationship with,
and there's other things they're not great on. But folks, but I'm talking comparatively to a lot of other news sources, kind of like NPR here. NPR is a pretty good news source. It's very libbed up, and some other issues, but like comparatively to other mainstream news sources, BBC is not that bad.
And the BBC, being a fair news organization, is definitely an outlet. I think these two leaders would disagree. The president has made it very clear that this is a leftist propaganda machine that is unfortunately subsidized by British taxpayers, and he thinks that's extremely unfortunate for the great people of the United Kingdom.
Oh, shut up. Stop talking about, get the name of the UK off your lips. Out of your mouth, okay? Don't talk about our friends over in the UK. They have their own country. They are a sovereign country. Get your orange lips, your orange face out of the politics of the UK.
In Great Britain. And I think that the president was deeply concerned by the editing, the purposeful.
I know it's not leftist, Matt Saigai. I'm not saying it's they're nowhere near leftist, okay? I never said they were leftist.
And dishonest editing of his speech that was so clearly fake news. And he rightfully dubbed that term many years ago. And this is a classic example of that. We see it in the United States all the time. We see it now in the United Kingdom. As you know, the president's external legal counsel has filed a lawsuit against the BBC. We expect that to continue, and whether they apologize or not is up to them. Thanks for being here, Bev. Jéja.
Thank you, Caroline.
Sure.
I have your statement about.
It is not fake news. So that's okay, guys. I caused a huge. I got you, Matt. Like, forgive me. Okay.
The new Epstein emails that have been released by House
Okay, here we
Democrats.
go. Epstein
Separate
question.
from why you believe the emails were made public, can you address their substance? Did the president ever spend hours at
dare you,
Jeffrey
Alyssa.
Epstein's house with a victim?
These emails prove absolutely nothing other than the fact that President Trump did nothing wrong. And what President Trump has always said is
Really, it proved nothing, except it did prove that he did nothing wrong, right? So, okay. The final command of the party was like, what? Don't believe your lying eyes, or whatever that line is from 1984. Don't believe the evidence of your eyes and ears. Okay.
that he was from Palm Beach, and so was Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein was a member at Mar-a-Lago until President Trump kicked him out because Jeffrey Epstein was a pedophile and he was a creep. And this email you refer to with the name of a victim that was unredacted now and has since been reported on in this room, so I will go ahead and say it, Virginia Giuffre. And it was CBS's own reporting, Jéja, that recently wrote that Miss Giuffre maintained, and God rest her soul, that she maintained that there was nothing inappropriate she ever witnessed, that President Trump was always extremely professional and friendly to her. And so I think it's a question worth asking the Democrat Party, and you should all go ask them after this briefing, of why they chose to redact that name of a victim who has already publicly made statements
Right,
about her
SoCal?
relationship with
That's
Jeffrey
kinda
Epstein
sexy,
and
SoCal.
is unfortunately no longer with us.
Okay,
Mary.
see you, Matt. Second.
Two questions on this. In the interest of transparency, why not just go ahead, release the full files on Epstein, get this all over with?
We have, this administration has...
Yeah, now this is still a point, folks. Why, if there is nothing in the files, why not just release them? I know you all know that, but that's like it's an easy thing to say, right? Like, if there's nothing wrong with them, then why don't you just release them? It would be a win for you. You could uncover a bunch of pedophiles, get a lot of good coverage for that.
Has done more with respect to transparency
Right,
when it comes to Jeffrey Epstein than any administration ever. In fact, this administration, the Department of Justice, has turned over tens of thousands of documents to the American people. We are cooperating and showing support.
Geez, they probably are. Admittedly, they are probably also protecting a bunch of Democrats, which is why the Democrats didn't release it. And hey, send them to prison too. I love how MAGA keeps saying, like, if you bring up Trump being in the files, they'll be like, well, what about Clinton? What about Hillary? Blah, blah, blah. I'm like, that's fine. Reveal them too. I don't care. Send them to prison, right? I want them all to go to prison if they were involved.
Report for the House Oversight Committee. That's part of the reason you are seeing these documents that were released today, because of the House Oversight Committee's and Republicans' efforts to get these out to the public.
Oh my God. I got to read everyone what Mecca Kine just said here. Okay. Donald, see here, Mecca Kine says that, what did Mecca Kine say? I just lost it. There it is. Donald Trump has a rare medical condition doctors call selective reality disorder. It makes his ego expand like a balloon while his grasp on reality shrinks to the size of a tic tac. Symptoms include thinking every bad idea is the greatest in history, believing facts are optional, confusing crowd size with his self-worth, and being allergic to telling the truth for more than 5 seconds. Doctors say it's the only disease where the ego gets bigger, but the man never does. Mecca, that is almost poetic. That was brilliantly written. I totally agree, Mecca. And you would know, you may know this, Mecca, but that's sort of a fundamental aspect of fascism, the denial of reality. The Germans used to say, "Die Welt ist meine Vorstellung." The world is however I view it to be. It doesn't matter what's true. I make the reality. And he definitely has one of the thinnest skinned people on the planet. Most of what he does is to pump up his own ego, because he has daddy issues, because his daddy never really loved him. So you're totally right, Mecca.
This administration also moved, the Department of Justice also moved to unseal
exactly, Alyssa.
grand jury testimony, which
it's about the elites, right, Alyssa?
A judge declined those.
It's about the elites against all of us.
Those requests. So this administration has done more than any, and it just shows how this is truly a manufactured hoax by the Democrat Party. For now, they're talking about it all of a sudden because President Trump is in the Oval Office. But when Joe Biden was sitting in there, the Democrats never brought this up. This wasn't an issue that they cared about because they actually don't care about the victims in these cases.
I love this. Okay, this is lovely because she's right. The Democrats didn't do anything either, which is bad, right? We don't like that. So does that excuse then the Republicans not doing anything about it and Trump hiding it and consistently hiding it and things like that? It does not.
They care about trying to score political points
Logical
against President
fallacy.
Trump, as we have, of course, seen with this government shutdown. And this entire thing, again, it's not a coincidence to the American people at home. There are no coincidences in Washington, D.C. And it is not a coincidence that the Democrats leaked these emails to the fake news this morning ahead of Republicans reopening the
That angry smile on her face. Like, I feel like she's about to pop.
government. This is another distraction campaign by the Democrat and the liberal media, and it's why I'm being asked questions about Epstein instead of the government reopening because of Republicans and President Trump.
But given your
Reagan.
interest in transparency, Caroline, why are White
Yep,
House
Alyssa. And folks, who was it that released all these files? Was it the Democrats? Because as I recall, it was the House Oversight Committee, which is run by Republicans. And she's blaming the Democrats? Okay. Soup Cheese, they released it to Fox. That's the only fake news I can think of. I'm not sure who did they release it to, Soup. They just released it, I think, online. You're totally right, Alyssa. They want us to keep fighting over who exactly. It's called divide and conquer, Alyssa. You make all the people you make the working class and all the people below you constantly fight each other over culture war issues, over political things, instead of looking up and turning your anger and your attention to what the elites are doing. Okay, you're 100% right, Alyssa.
officials then meeting with Representative Boebert in an effort to try and get her
Soup
to
cheese,
not
it would probably be tastier than soup cheese or cheese soup.
sign this petition calling for the release of the files.
Doesn't it show
I do like cheese soup, though.
transparency that members of the Trump administration are willing to brief members of Congress whenever they please? Doesn't that show our level of transparency? Doesn't that show the level of transparency when we are willing to sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns? That
Right,
is
Alyssa.
that's a defining factor of transparency. Having discussions with members of Congress about various issues, and I'm not going to detail conversations that took place in the situation.
Did you guys hear about this? One of the, I'm going to go back here. One of the, who was
Doesn't it
she? One
show
second.
transparency that members. This entire thing, again,
So the Trump administration is trying to intimidate one of the Republican reps. I'm trying to
it's
see.
not a coincidence to the American people at home.
1 second.
There are no coincidences in Washington, D.C., and it is not a coincidence that the Democrats
Blah, blah,
leaked
blah, blah,
these
blah.
emails to the fake news this
I'm surprised
morning
she hasn't blamed Biden
ahead
yet.
of Republicans reopening the government. This is another distraction campaign by the Democrat and the liberal media, and it's why I'm being asked questions about Epstein instead of the government reopening because of Republicans and President Trump.
But given your
Reagan.
interest in transparency, Caroline, why are White House officials then meeting with Representative Boebert in an effort to try and get her to not sign this petition?
Boebert, that's right. They're meeting with Boebert to try and get her to not sign the petition to release the files. By the way, the people that were involved in that meeting included the head of the FBI, the Attorney General, a bunch of Caroline Leavitt. I think Caroline Leavitt was there. What's her face? The one lunatic. Pam Bondi, okay, the Attorney General. Doesn't that sound like you're trying to intimidate someone? You bring a rep from the House of Reps into the White House Situation Room, which is where you're supposed to deal with big disastrous things. You surround them with the top law enforcement officials in the country, and you tell them, hey, we would really like it if you didn't release those files. Okay. I mean, that's pure, okay.
Calling for the release of the files.
Doesn't it show transparency that members of the Trump administration are willing to brief members of Congress whenever they please? Doesn't that show our level of transparency? Doesn't that show the level of transparency when we are willing to sit down with members of Congress and address their concerns? That is that's a defining factor of transparency. Having discussions with members of Congress about various issues, and I'm not going to detail conversations that took place in the Situation Room, in the press briefing room. Reagan.
I have a question about the government shutdown.
Thank you. I'm glad someone does.
First, on the government shutdown.
Oh, God. No, it doesn't make any sense, Alyssa.
The shutdown deal reverses the administration's reps, and it also prohibits more from happening until the end of January. I'm wondering if the president had input on this element of the deal, and if there's at all disagreement
So, guys,
that's going to reverse
I think we get the general idea. Let me try to see if they say more about it. They're talking about the shutdown, blah, blah, blah.
With respect to what's happening in the Middle East, we've made great peace.
Caliber of the intelligence that has been provided before any of these military actions have taken place.
I've seen
Should U.S. Citizens expect the $2,000 proposal? Is the White House
fund the full entirety of this program.
Okay,
and
one
so
second.
then you had an unhinged
Guys,
judge.
why so many of these reporters are not asking any question about the Epstein files?
During this shutdown, didn't the administration have a responsibility to tap into any of those reserves to ensure that essentially
We
poor
did.
people...
The
Okay.
grandson of President Kennedy announced today that he's running for Congress. He and the
President's message to Wall Street is going to be tonight?
I don't have a
Okay, this is fascinating. Most of them aren't even, only one person so far has asked any question about the files.
created. Obamacare, as it's famously called, is a negotiate economic deals that are, again,
Okay, interesting. It appears that's about it. That is interesting, right? That almost seems like collusion. It may have, you know what, Alyssa, yeah, it was before the full drop, but those 3 emails were released, and there's a lot in those 3 emails that is important to talk about. That is interesting. Okay. Very interesting. One second, folks. I'm pulling up my face here. Okay. Mecca Kind, did I miss one of your messages? Did I miss one of your messages here? Donald Trump has Donald Trump has a condition that doctors call untouchable syndrome. He's so bad that even his own wife treats him like he's radioactive. Symptoms include reaching out for affection and getting air in return, trying to hold her hand while she dodges like avoiding a meteor, mistaking polite distance for chemistry, and believing everything is fine while the rest of the world can see the frost between them from space. Experts say it's the only disease where the patient thinks he's IR? I'm sorry, what is that? That was, but I got you though. That's really funny, Mecca Kind. Okay, yeah, I hope they will. I want to see. I really want to know if they're going to do a presser today. And folks, for those that are here now, what we're going to do here after I check this, my dad is going to be coming on probably around 2 p.m. So that's why I started so early. We're gonna do a regular stream. This was basically pre-stream. Okay, we're gonna do a regular stream where I'll basically pause this, go get my dad, bring him down, and we'll do our regular stream. Stay around because we'll do that too. But I'm going to first let me see if I can find that they're going to do that press conference. I know, right? So Cal does. All right. Press conference, White House. Let's see if there's plan to do one. Yeah, I don't see any evidence that there's one planned or anything. I couldn't even find it on their website. Okay. Report Holocaust. Probably Mecca Kind. They kind of already are, to be honest. They kind of already are. They only do them once a week now. Okay, I got you guys. All right. So we got some other stuff. When I come back, we'll do. My dad's going to be coming on to do a show and tell. Then I'll update the goals. We got most of my fingers, folks. Most of them, right? We got 5 and then 1 on the other hand. Woo, okay. I'll update the goals to do the hat and stuff like that when I come back. Other stuff to talk about. We'll talk about some more news stuff. We'll do a review for the Kahoot tomorrow. My dad will do a presentation, or we'll talk about some things, and then we will do some Discord reactions. But in the meantime, making sure I didn't miss anything I wanted to show you until then. Okay, so I'm going to go get my dad stuff. Now, I'm going to keep the stream up, so I'm just going to go back to our starting stream, okay? So everyone, I will be back. Thank you, everyone who did contribute. I'll probably be back in around, 20 minutes or so, probably 20 minutes. And that little Prager video, I am going to do a Prager video, Alyssa. Actually, we're going to react to a Prager video today. If is that what you're referring to, Alyssa? I'm not sure which one you're referring to, but we're going to do a reaction. Thank you. Thank you, SoCal. We'll do the pinky now. The pinky, pink. Gotcha. Thank you, SoCal. Okay. So we are going to do also a Prager reaction just to a video that I found. Ooh, so pretty, so pink, pretty and pink. Ooh, and it's sparkly, delicious. Okay. Oh, I should, Alyssa. I'll try to find it. Okay, I'll find it. Thank you, SoCal. So I can have at least some balance. Oop, there we go. Thank you, SoCal. All right, so guys, I'll be back in about 20 or so minutes. Wait, what do you guys think I should do? Should I end the stream and then start a new one, or should I just keep on this stream? Because if I start a new one, it'll then indicate to people on. You know what? I'll just tell people on Discord I'm back live. Okay. Alyssa, they said it was the Iran one, right? Yeah. So, but yes, I'll take a look. New stream. Okay, I'll do a new stream. So, folks, I'm going to get off stream for now, and then I'll be back with my dad. What if you just played your dad react? Oh, I could do that. You know what? Let's do that, Meowzord. Let's do that. So I'll play. In the meantime, folks, I'll play my. That's a really good idea. I'll play my dad's react video. Okay. So give me a second here, folks. I'm going to. I'll be right back, folks. Thank you, everyone who watched. It's about a 20-minute video, so by the time it's done, we'll come back. Yes, I'll make sure to remember. Okay. All right. That's true, Meowzord. Okay, we'll keep it on. Actually, you know what, folks? I'm just going to put it up on this screen. This will be much easier. Sorry, I know I just came back on. We'll do it this way. Casual revolt. Casual revolt. Okay. Casual revolt. Why can't I find my own video? Okay. Here it is. All right. This is so funny. Ha ha ha. We're trying to celebrate veterans that fought and died. Ha ha ha.
Man, but Mike Johnson's got a good location.
Yeah, you got it. He also has a boring name, by the way. Mike Johnson. That's like 2 first names, right? Like, anyway.
Say good.
I'm going to fix it on my screen here. Give me a second here, folks. You know, I'm incompetent. What can I say? All right. Well, I don't know why it's not fitting today, but I'll figure that out. All right. Boop. All right, guys. I'll be right back. Oh.
Good location.
I'll be right back, folks.
And congratulations to you and to John and to every of this world.
Sorry. Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Casual Revolt. I am here with my dad. There it is. Okay, we're both teachers. We were both social studies teachers. And today we're going to be reacting to Donald Trump's speech on Veterans Day, of which my family has sort of some history. So, Dad, would you like to explain the history there?
Sure. On my side of the family, my grandfather, my Sicilian grandfather, those of you who've heard me tell that story before, he came over here, and then when the U.S. got involved in World War I, he joined the Army and went over in World War I. He went over there. And when I say he joined the Army, I don't mean he was drafted. He joined the Army because this new immigrant was so proud of his new country. Number two, my dad also was in the war, World War II, that is. And this is my dad. Let's see if I can get this up. Well, Samuel, my son. So anyway, and some of you've heard this before. I apologize, but he fought in World War II. He went in back then, close to the war. Men were expected to be in the Army for, I think it was a year. He was in then for the duration of the war. He fought in North Africa. He fought, he landed at Omaha Beach on D-Day on June 6, fought his way across Europe all the way to the Elbe River. He also was one of the very, very first American soldiers to come across Dachau.
The concentration camp.
Yes.
The first concentration camp in Germany.
You know, wounded 3 times while doing this and patched up and sent right back in, and he never regretted it. If you see combat, I've read this over and over again. If you see actual combat, you'll get PSD.
PTSD.
PTSD. Yep. You'll get PTSD. But he had it. He had seen so much. When the whole family, now my son and my daughter weren't born yet, but the rest of the family went to Europe our first time. We went to Normandy and we drove and parked right at a parking spot that overlooked Omaha Beach. And my dad got very quiet. And for, quite a while, I'd say about 20 minutes, he refused. When I say refused, he would not talk to us. We would talk to him. He'd look at us and then continue walking. And found out later on, he told me, he says, I did. You know, I knew you were talking to me because I could see your lips moving, but he said all I could hear for that while was the gunfire, the shell fire, the screaming of the man. It drowned everything out. So there's that PTSD. When we went down to the beach to get a close look at it, because where we were was up a little higher where some of the German bunkers were, he refused to go out onto the sand because he said, lost too many friends out here. I just can't walk on it. And about that time, a woman on a horse went galloping down the beach. And my mom, feeling very badly for my dad, said, "That's not right." And my dad looked at her and said, "What's not right?" Said, "She's riding that horse across sacred sand that our young men spilled their blood on that sand." And my dad, just like a lot of veterans would usually speak up and say something like this, he actually said, please don't feel that way, because that's why we were here. That's why we invaded. That's why we spilled our blood, gave our lives, so that could happen.
Amazing.
And that, and a lot of veterans are like that, just not my dad. So I'm, Veterans Day is a little bit, a lot for me.
Okie dokie. So what we're going to be watching is Donald Trump's speech on Veterans Day. What do you expect we're going to hear in this in regards to Donald Trump? Let's make some predictions here.
Well, generally speaking, what I think we're going to see is he's going to do that, let's dance around and get off topic.
Mm-hmm.
And it says, I know he calls it the rope-a-dope in order to confuse the people.
He also has calls, I like to weave my words. I'm weaving. Okay.
That's right. And I'm thinking, you don't do that type of stuff. You're here to honor veterans. You're here to honor them for what they did for this country. Something you didn't do, Mr. Trump.
Mm-hmm.
You got out of having to be in the Army.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's what you're supposed to do. It's not about you. It's not about the president.
So you think? I'm sorry to cut. So you think he's just going to be kind of weaving and going around?
At some point, he is.
Okay. All right. Yeah, because I expect he's just going to mainly be talking about himself. We'll see. All right. Here we go. Let's see what nonsense we got to get ourselves into.
Thank you, JD.
Oh, that crowd looks excited.
Thank you very much to our great Vice President. It was a good decision I made.
Oh, here we go.
This morning on these hallowed grounds where generations of American heroes rest in eternal glory. On Veterans Day, we honor those who have worn the uniform, who have borne the battle, who have stood to watch, and whose ranks have formed the mighty wall of flesh and blood, bravery and devotion that has defended our freedom for 200.
Also, that's just kind of creepy, like a wall of flesh and blood. Okay.
You know what? Because he talks about the wall down along down along the U.S.-Mexican border.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty cheap of him to throw that in. Now, he may have done it ignorantly, which wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, what else is new?
But it's just like, the wall of flesh and blood as opposed to the wall of railroad cars and steel girders.
Yeah. And you can imagine probably someone was trying to explain to him how important veterans are. So they used a metaphor he would understand, because he's all about build the wall, build the wall. So they're like, Mr. Trump, veterans are like a wall, but for protecting the country, their bodies are the wall. And then he goes, that make, like, you can imagine that's probably
150 years. Today, to every veteran. We love our veterans. We say the words too often left unsaid. Thank you for your service. Thank you very much.
Okay, stop.
What do you say?
I don't want to be disgraceful or bad toward our veterans. I'm saying that from the point of view in the past, he has made derogatory comments about veterans, those that get wounded, those like former like
John
now
McCain.
deceased John McCain, who was captured.
Yeah, sometimes they smell good, sometimes it's a little
right,
raw.
and he was in that prison that where he
no,
was
it's okay. That's just like
tortured
how
and
it is
all
when
that.
people go outside.
And he has made some pretty bad derogatory remarks about them. So
There,
it's like,
looky.
so all of a
Looky,
sudden,
Sam.
you changed
I'm in the
your
middle of
mind,
stuff.
Mr. Trump?
Yes, sir. Yep. Not to mention cutting a lot of benefits that would go to
And we
benefit.
want to also say thank you for carrying America's fate on your strong, very broad, and proud shoulders. Each of you has earned the respect and the gratitude of our entire nation. We love you, we salute you, and we will never forget what you have done to keep America safe, sovereign, and free. Thank you very much.
Standard fare.
And we're also honored to be joined by
I might make you wear the jester hat
a great
if
man.
they
He
want you
will
to.
go down as a
Just
great
like
man
a
someday.
7.
Speaker Mike Johnson.
Speaker. Oh,
he will go down. Okay, compared to the soldiers that they're supposed to be honoring, Mike Johnson, not a great man. Okay.
Oh my God! Why did you segue to that?
I know, Alyssa. I know y'all can hear me and
My
shit.
dad was a better man and a greater man than Mike Johnson ever will be.
Yeah. So were a lot of soldiers.
God, yes.
I probably should turn off
when
the
I
volume,
say
actually,
my
right?
dad,
Okay.
I'm including all the soldiers who've been in a war, but I know my dad's story. So please understand, I mean all soldiers. And it's like, you're there on, you are.
Yeah, he views everything as a political event, right? So he has to, give out the kudos.
I want to hear it, not really, but I do want to hear what he's going to have to say about that.
Well, let's see.
Wherever you may be, Speaker. We love you, Speaker. There he is, right there. Good. Got a good location.
God.
He always gets.
This is so funny. We're trying to celebrate veterans that fought and died.
But Mike Johnson's got a good location.
SoCal Dad says Jester Daddy is going to send Casual Revolt to his room and take over the stream. Right? Like, anyway.
It's a good location. And congratulations to you.
One of the members here at SoCal said Jester Daddy is going to send Casual Revolt to his room and take over the stream. You're right.
Veterans.
Here you go. Already the segue, right?
Should have never been closed.
They're already all in rebellion. I can tell you. So don't you dare.
My view.
Don't you dare
they
push
don't
them
want
in
to
that
extend
direction.
health benefits for those who can't afford it. Now, if you're wealthy,
Patriots, the original ones,
but if you can't afford it, let's eliminate that.
Yeah, I know, that's
is what
true.
They're trying to do in that budget.
You know a lot and then about the weak, corrupt Democrats caved. Anyway,
okay.
don't you love our politicians? Yeah,
We're
almost ready here, folks. I'm just
this country
some
free, liberty.
What's your dad's favorite flannel? That's a good question, Mr. Dad. What is your favorite flannel?
We love it.
Jerry Doug Collins, who's outstanding, just done a fantastic job for the veterans. We have a 92% approval rating. We took that up from 38% from a certain.
Wait, 98% approval rating for yourself? Because that's definitely not true.
Well,
It's
my
the
favorite color
highest
is
it
green,
is right
so
now.
therefore,
Polls play.
Right, Doug?
Looked it up not too long
But
ago.
on the
It was
other
42%.
hand, it's
Yeah,
also
you're not
red
high for him.
Polls
and
put it
black
down
check.
around 39.
So I look
No,
like
so is he referring to himself like if he is, he's just lying? And if
He's lying. Veterans Day.
Figure if I
Do you
wear the
really
black
expect
and
this
red
man
one
to
in public,
change?
maybe
course not.
ICE will come
Piece
after
of
me thinking
a
I'm
lump
Canadian
of
and send
fatty
me back.
flesh called really?
Okay.
Okay, and while
I'll
I'm
be
on
carrying a
that,
little jug of
he's talking about earlier. He said
syrup
the
with
strong
me,
shoulders,
wearing
and you know
wearing a moose hat.
he and
Sorry,
Hexe
Canadians. I know I'm being.
You're also
that
going
some
to
of
move
the
over just so you can get into the
relative
screen a
are
bit more. Thank
overweight,
you.
especially the
I
generals.
know I'm
We've
being
got to do something
stereotypical,
about
but
that. Well,
Yeah.
guess
it's more to
what,
make fun
Bubba?
of.
You are the
No,
commander-in-chief,
we love
which
making
means
fun
you're
of
the head
Canadians.
guy over the
Good.
military.
Well, hell,
you're
we
a
make
man.
fun of
You
ourselves
looked
by
in the
electing
mirror
a jerk
lately.
like
Can't you
Trump.
see
I
your
know,
feet?
right?
Yes.
Every day is a comedy
By
show
the
in
way,
the
no
United States.
shade towards overweight or obese people or whatever, but
It's the comments that he
yeah,
made.
it's the hypocrisy, right? Okay.
Oh man, I'm
Previous
getting passionate on
administration
this
that we we won't mention. Also, Secretary of War, we like the sound of that better than the other. Secretary Pete Hegseth. Pete, thank you very much.
Thank you, Pete. During the video,
Great job.
I was like, because of my tooth
Our
in my
great
mouth,
Attorney
I'm like
General,
constantly playing with my tooth.
Bundy,
You can see my mouth
thank
like
you very
moving.
much. Thank you.
Yes.
Why is he thanking them?
Secretary Doug
Well, I'm
Burgum.
70, almost
Doug,
71.
thank you.
I
Thank you very
still
much
have
for being
teeth in
here,
my
Doug.
mouth.
I know, right?
The number one
Thank you
energy
for your
person
genetics, by
anywhere
the
in the
way.
world.
Whereby my,
Acknowledged.
actually, this is mom's genetics. One
I
of the
was amazed that he took the job, and he did it without
actually could be
hesitation. What he
mine,
gave up,
because
what
my
Doug gave
dad
up, what all of them
teeth
gave up.
Yeah.
What
And
these
no-
people
The
laying
dentist
there
ever
in the
saw.
graves gave up.
Yeah.
Jerk.
That's true, which is just a
I love this.
disturbing
What
word
what
to use
More
for teeth.
animated
Yeah.
than I have any.
Well, what they gave up while they're sitting in
Sometimes I wonder
Arlington
how much of
Cemetery,
that was
which
him
is
being
all these.
Nobody
Okay.
would ever
in
know,
North
but
Africa and
Secretary
Europe
Chris
for as
Wright,
long
number
as he
one
was,
anywhere
when
in the
he
world,
couldn't brush his
acknowledging.
teeth. Of course,
Drill,
sure, he didn't
baby,
have any
drill, Chris,
sweets.
right?
That's
Drill,
for sure.
baby,
Well,
drill.
so he had a lot of
What does
Hershey
oil
bars.
have to
That's
do with
true.
any
Yeah.
of this? I'm very confused.
And he smoked. didn't
Was
he?
he
But
trying
also,
to? I mean,
Yes.
I'm really going to
Not
stretch this.
heavily.
But is he
Cigars,
trying to
pipes.
say all of these great men
right.
and women
So let me,
buried here
we're,
died
folks, we're
so
almost
we
done.
could
Just
have
setting up
oil?
the audio
That may right.
for my
Right.
dad
You're
here.
supposed to be talking about Veterans
Yeah,
Day.
because you want to hear me.
Honoring
Don't know why,
veterans
but you
and
want to hear me.
Historically, some people
We
did
all
die
want to
because
hear
of
you.
running
What are you
oil. But
talking
anyway,
about?
moving on.
The energy prices are way down.
And
they're
folks,
going
I know we
further.
bicker, but that's just how we
Secretary,
are.
Hey,
We
according
love
to
each other
AAA,
to death.
No, my son's very
according to
disrespectful, and I
AAA,
can't
2 days
control
ago I
him.
looked this up. It's
Okay.
gone down 2 cents.
Let me
this
see. Make
time
sure that
this
this is
year.
working here.
Oh,
Wow.
okay.
Yeah,
Can
it's
Drops
let
in
me see if
energy.
yours is working.
nationwide.
Hello,
It's cheaper
hello.
here and there.
Okay.
It's like,
All right.
education.
Yeah.
Moving education
you-
back
so
to the
you're-
states, Linda, right?
What did you say?
Getting
Oh,
it back to
no.
the states where it
Liar,
belongs.
What do you mean?
liar,
You
pants
see,
on
so this is
fire.
right down. Let me show you right over
Moving
here,
it
Dad. If
back
you
to
look
the
here, that's where
States.
you are. You see,
Didn't he
right on
threaten
this
to
screen,
cut off
right
funding
there. That's
to
okay. See, now I am
schools?
going to be.
Not just
Yeah, so
universities.
I'm going to get out of this because we don't need it anymore. I'm going to pull up the face. It's probably hard to see on your end. I'm going to move it over here. So, by the way, if I've ever shown all of you what my setup looks like here, it's
Oh,
like
God.
it's like it's kind of funny actually. But anyway, so all right, I'm going to go up to here, overlay face. So that should transfer over here. There we go. All right. Can you see it now, Dad? Can you see yourself?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm off on the edge.
Yes, you are. Do you mind?
I'm always on the edge.
Yeah, well,
I'm edgy.
you're edgy, that's for sure.
Just call me Mr. G. Call me Ed for short.
There you go. I can move it over a little bit.
Okay, that's good.
Okay.
Move forward to the mic.
Oh my gosh, Mecca Kind, your grandmother died in the Falstead concentration camp. That is insane. I'm so sorry to hear that. Okay, near Levenger SS Run prison. For the Sami, yeah, they're sick fucks, Mecca. You're gonna like today's presentation, Mecca, because or Mecca Kind, because we have a bunch of captured Nazi artifacts from World War II that my grandfather captured. Okay. So guys, wonder how long it'll take for the U.S. to take the bad tea stereotype. Probably not too long, Doug. All right, guys. So hello, everyone. I know I'm starting much earlier than I said it was. You don't need it because we're not actually going to be listening to anything. I know I said I would start in 20 minutes, but it didn't take nearly as long as I thought it would. So we'll just start now. I have updated for those that weren't here previously, I think most of you were, I have updated the title of the stream. I've updated the goal. The goal right now is if we get one super chat, either my dad or I will put on the hat. My dad is super excited for it. You should make him put it on. If we get three super chats, we'll make him, or you can make me do it, put on the collar. If we get 5, jester makeup. Now that one, we won't put that on my dad, but unless he wants that, I don't think he would. But would you want that? Would you want makeup on your face?
I already had the powder in my nose, so I'd look good on TV.
Right. Okay. Right, Mecca Kind. The only way to kill a Nazi is if you cut off the head and use it as a football. Correct. Anyway, so okay. We will. So then we will. So if we get 5, we get to 7, we'll do a Q&A. And if my dad is still here, we can do a group Q&A. Okay, you can also ask him.
Yeah,
questions.
I may die real soon. That's why I wouldn't be here.
Yeah. Hey, dark joke. Okay. And then if we get to 10, we'll do a Jester After Dark stream. All right. Jester, that's fair. So thank you, SoCal. Though in this case, SoCal, because we changed it, you get to put on the Jester hat, Dad.
What?
Yep. SoCal gave just donated $2, which means you put on the jester hat because that's after we get one super
SoCal?
chat. SoCal, yes, Southern California.
Oh,
So SoCal is one of our regulars here. Gotta love SoCal. Okay, yeah. So I put on the jester
get it
hat.
on right.
Okay.
Why not the new one?
Mecca, that's great, Mecca. I actually have a degree in history, and so does my dad. I actually went to graduate school for history as well. Gotta love history. Okay, there we go. Hey, there we go. Don't we love it? Okay, fine, SoCal, fine. SoCal says no. Casual Revolt should wear it. I can't do that to Dad. You know what? I have a better idea. How about we do this?
That's okay.
We
I'm
both wear
fine.
it. No. How about we both wear it? Okay. How about this one? Because I got this one too. Now, I was gonna return it because I didn't like it as much as the old one, but I'll wear it too. How about we both wear one? Okay. So I'll wear my jester hat. Okay, anyway, so there we go. We'll just line it up this way. Yeah, the new one is huge. There we go. Okay, so we will swear on my life. Okay, guys, so this is what we're gonna do. All right. My grandfather fought in World War II. Okay. And we have a bunch of artifacts that he brought back with him from Europe. My dad knows the story about all of them, so I'm going to kind of open it up to him to just tell you the story, show you some of the artifacts that my grandfather captured, and we'll talk about it. Okay, you can ask him questions. I'll basically let him speak. I actually used to have my dad come into the schools I was teaching at and give this presentation, and my students would absolutely love it because they actually got to interact with some artifacts and things like that. You guys can call him Papa Revolt. One second, I'm going to ask him what he wants to be called without you. You can also call him Lance if you'd like.
PR.
You can call him Lance, yeah. You can call him Papa Revolt. You can call him whatever you'd like, okay? Very interesting, Louise. My granddad was a sailor in World War I and an army cook in World War II. Louise, by the way, is from the UK, so referring to her family also fighting, okay? He has words that he can use. Okay, yeah. All right, guys. So, Dad, would you like to sit here to do this so that we can actually...
Well, what do you think is best?
Well, actually, how about this? I'll sit here.
We'll see what happens.
And then you can move over a bit, and I will. Yep, that works. Papa Revolt works fine. Poppy Revolt works fine too. Okay, all right, Doug. You would use Poppy Revolt, wouldn't you, Doug? Okay.
Who? What?
Someone said Poppy Revolt, which I thought was funny. Okay.
Okay.
Ooh, oh my gosh, Mechakind. Let's talk more about that later, Mechakind. That sounds fascinating. My research might align with what you end up doing. Okay, so go ahead, Dad. You may begin, and if you need me to hold up anything to the camera, I will.
Okay. Hello. Most of these items, my dad brought back from World War II when he fought the Nazis, the fascists, and I will tell you this: most of the items, and he always made a point to say this: most of these items you're going to see actually came from a really unique place. Excuse me. He and some of his he was on recon for a large part of the time. As a matter of fact, he was actually also at some point attached to the British Army. He says, especially recon, you would attach people, and he was attached to the British Army up in the northern lines, up in
the Netherlands.
The Netherlands, thank you. And but anyway. But he and his recon group were one of the groups that entered Stuttgart to look around, to scout it out because they had heard the Nazis had pulled out the military, and they just checking on it. And my dad and his group came across a building with all these Nazi flags flying from it. And when they, carefully...
Just to help you out so you can, yeah.
When they were careful and they carefully...
Yeah. You don't have to lean forward. I feel bad that you have to lean forward. So if you want to just there, that should be fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they carefully entered the building and found it was abandoned. And what they very quickly discovered was that this was actually some type of a German army headquarters, probably for that for Stuttgart, and he said you could tell the Germans had got up and left very quickly because they left a lot of stuff there. And he said they never would leave behind, willingly leave behind any things that had the Nazi symbol because it was sacred to them and their Führer. And so he said they would.
Losers. Anyway,
So he took some stuff, and he actually gave some of the items to his youngest brother when he got back. So he actually had more than this. So he went and took some things that he could carry with him, but they were still surprised. It was like, my God, they usually take this with them. So what I'm going to do is show you just a picture of my dad. I don't know if you've seen this by watching the video there, but here he is somewhere in Europe, standing next to the Jeep that he would drive for recon. And he was a sergeant, a master sergeant. And I don't know if you can see, you can barely see it. But anyway, there he is standing next to it.
So that's him standing next to the Jeep he used for reconnaissance. You see him there? Ooh. Okay.
Okay. So I'm just going to start taking stuff out of the box as it is sitting there. Now, after that story about Stuttgart, the first item is not from Stuttgart. This is actually a German officer's hat. And to be honest, every time I would take this to school and show it, I'd have to look up what the insignia was on the front. For some reason or other, Luftwaffe.
The German Air Force is the Luftwaffe.
I think is what that was from. And the issue is here now. Being on recon, one of their goals was to try to capture a couple Germans, preferably officers, to bring them back behind the lines to question them. Well, lo and behold, on one of their reconnaissance missions, they captured a German officer, and that's his hat. They were going to take him back to an area behind the lines where they had other German captives that they were questioning.
Right,
and it was, the thing was, at least for where the unit that he was fighting for, they would tell the recon people, if you capture an officer, remove their hat, because we don't want the other German soldiers we captured that we're questioning that are lower rank see him and shut up. So my dad took his hat.
Because as you all know, Nazis are like obedient little slugs to
Yes.
people above them.
Yep. And I also want to show you something, the inside. The man obviously sweat a lot. And I always just like pointing that out. It's a little personal thing there.
I would sweat a lot too if the Allied army was coming towards me, right? And the Soviets were coming from the other direction. Yeah, Mecca Kine, real fast, Dad. So Mecca Kine says, I remember from class how the leader of the German Air Force was super fat. Yeah, that would be Hermann Goering, who was, as I call him, Fat Herman. At the beginning of the war, he wasn't as fat, but then as the beginning of his participation with the Nazis, he wasn't as fat. And then over time, because of corruption and because he was really powerful, he got really fat.
Well, just to tell you something about him, about his weight, he actually fought in World War I. And he wasn't fat at all. As a matter of fact, he flew a fighter plane for Germany, and he was one of their top 10 aces.
Hey, Dolly boy.
So he was very good at flying, and he couldn't have fit into the plane had he been that big of a man. So he got big at being a Nazi. More and more, his body was retaining more and more shit.
Go ahead and keep talking, Dad. I'm just going to show them a picture of Hermann Goering so they know what we're talking about. Your
favorite slug.
Your favorite slug. By the way, he's seeing Caroline Levitt, and so he's very overjoyed. This is Hermann Goering, okay, who was the leader of the German Air Force. I'm trying to find a good.
You can see some of the larger pictures.
How fat he got by the end.
See now,
or not by the end, because he got. There we go. There's
and you can
Herman.
see him in his younger days too. But yeah, there he is.
Yep. Yeah. So he's kind of bigger guy.
And they're up here.
Yeah. Here's a younger version of him. He wasn't that bad of a looking guy. Not that I like how Nazis look. I'm just saying when he was younger.
Oh, look, he is smoking hot.
Oh yeah, he's literally smoking. That's
A
true.
cigarette.
Yeah. All right. Anyway, so there we go. Here, I'll go
Boy,
back
isn't
to the
that
face.
stereotypical?
Right.
You will answer me. But
There,
anyway,
I love that outer signal says Goering's body was retaining more and more shit. Paparevolt. I'm stealing that. That's a good one. Okay.
so anyway,
Go ahead, Dad.
so that's where this came from. It's not in good shape. It's over time. It's kind of falling apart. But considering it's not preserved by a museum, it's actually pretty good. But anyway, so much for the hat. And just to give you an idea how big or small this is, it
Yeah.
doesn't fit me.
So he had a very small head. The guy. Yeah. Also, maybe don't put it on for the sake of.
Oh yeah.
No, it doesn't matter. It's okay. No one clip that. No one clip that. Okay.
Brother, I'd rather be a fool than a Nazi.
Oh, don't we all? Yeah.
Okay. Coming up next. Now, this did come from Stuttgart, and this is a Nazi.
Correct, Mecha
armband. And this is now. You notice a lot of the armbands. Let's see if Goering has
just a little bit. There you go. You mean I can actually
one.
make it easier on you.
I don't see it on him, but the one that had a white circle with the Nazi insignia in it was more for adults or for the brown shirts. This one is in a sideways. Whoa!
Just
sideways. Square, or some people call it a diamond, and that would be Hitler Youth, the Hitler Youth. Now, those of you who don't know what the Hitler Youth is, they were the Nazi fascist version of the Boy Scouts and Girl Scouts of America.
Mm-hmm.
And or you might say the Nazi version of, and I forgot what they called them in England, but they had them in England too. And
Yeah.
that's where we got the idea from, from Britain.
Hitlerjugend, yeah.
But that's what it was. And, you could tell it wasn't used. It's actually pretty neatly folded. That's the thing that we got. It doesn't show any wear on it. It's getting old. The white is fading a little bit.
Yeah.
But yes, they would wear those things.
There you
go. Next.
How dare you, Alyssa? How dare you?
What?
No, Alyssa was joking. She said we've been canceled because of the Nazi stuff. It's a joke, yeah.
Okay, I get it. The cancel.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. Actually,
it was weird because Alyssa's normally not that funny, but she made my dad laugh. Like, that's weird, Alyssa.
Now,
I'm messing with you,
it's
Alyssa.
funny because what I want to say is, before my son stepped on me, was that, I don't know why the fascists in our country today would cancel me or cancel this because I'm showing Nazi stuff. But I think they'd be, oh gosh, we got to replay that. Just take out what's being said, and boy, look at that stuff.
Yeah. Yes.
And then
that's because you all love me more than him. You love him more than me. So you don't. You when I'm talking, you guys love to talk. But hey,
okay. So moving on.
How dare you, Matt? Okay.
This got from Stuttgart, and it wasn't even used. There it is.
Okay. How dare you guys?
I don't know if you know anything about sewing, but what they call pinking shears is what this is cut out of. Now, what they would have done is cut the white part
right,
out,
Alyssa,
and just have what's in there. So you can see it wasn't really used.
So it was this is for sewing. So if you notice on the back,
it's reversible.
It's reversible. You can reverse it
for daytime wear or those special moments.
Yeah. So for nice Nazi fashion, it's reversible. Ooh.
And what that was, and this is one thing, my dad didn't know what some of this stuff was like this, and it took us forever. But unfortunately for him, we found out what it was only relatively recently. And what it is that the Nazis would put this on athletic uniforms, like, when they would go out running or they were training, because they felt that a strong body was a pure body.
Kind of gay, if you ask me.
So they would actually be right here on them. And you can actually find pictures of them, of that.
I know, right, Meowzo? That is true. You had to admit, like, obviously not pro-Nazi here. We're just saying, like, they had some pretty good designs in terms of like very strong designs.
Stir emotions.
Yeah, that stir up emotions and things like that. Trying to see if I can find here. Here we go. So this is what it would have looked like on a Nazi. I'll show you guys. This is what it would have looked like on a shirt. So this is what. So you could cut it out and then print it on a shirt like that. You can see.
You can see the outline of it.
Yeah, you can see right here. That's what it would have looked like. Okay, and then there's another thing here. I just saw this shirt too. That interesting. That one has more of a design like the armband, doesn't it? Okay. Anyway,
Actually, that was Hitler Youth.
Yeah, probably Hitler. You can
Hitler Youth sport.
Yeah,
shirt.
Hitler Youth sport shirt. There you go. Okay. Anyway, going back to the face now. Right. Go ahead.
Okay. Now this also came from Stuttgart. Unique story about it. This is here. Why don't you hold
Thank you,
it
Jamil.
closer?
Yeah.
This is actually from a German uniform, and to be more exact, an SS uniform. They found in this building in Stuttgart several Nazi uniforms. Look like they're supposed to be used or replaced or freshly pressed, and they found them. Well, my dad couldn't take a whole uniform, but he had seen a lot of those things on all the German soldiers, that the Imperial Eagle or the Nazi Eagle, whatever you want to call it, Hohenzollern Eagle.
Yeah.
And so he actually took his knife and cut it out and brought it home. And he also brought that one because it was SS. This
was SS? I forgot about that.
Yeah, it was SS. As a matter of fact,
gross.
This is the Wehrmacht, the hat now.
Yeah.
This is the hat. Now put that next to the hat or on the top of the hat. You'll see it's darker.
It's darker than the hat. Yeah. Oh, I see. Because the SS wore dark. I see what you're saying. The were dark.
Yeah. There were different styles of SS uniforms depending upon what you're part of, whether it was a Totenkopf or whatever. But they are the ones that had this.
I got it.
Color.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Mm-hmm.
So that's why he brought it. And by the way, the eagle wasn't originally Nazi. It was the German Imperial Eagle. If you look at a lot of the royal families of Europe over the centuries, a lot of them have eagles.
To a point where it's kind of ridiculous.
Yes. Now Britain had, or England, depends on how far back you want to go with this, actually had a lion. But yeah, there it is.
I just wanted to show you all real fast. This is, I always thought this was hilarious. King Wilhelm the first. I'm sorry, was it the second or the first? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Wilhelm the First of Germany had a hat that looked like this, literally.
There it is.
Which I just thought is very ridiculous. If I can find a better version of it here. I know, just went, it disappeared.
No, that one right there.
Yeah.
Although it's cut off a little bit. No, it isn't.
Okay, we'll show this. Okay, this is it's ridiculous. Yeah, nothing exactly, Alyssa. Nothing is original. Okay, let me just show you. Oops. Look at that. Look at that shit. That's an actual hat. They had these like imperial hats with a giant eagle sitting on.
And there's a crown on the eagle.
Yeah, and there's a crown. Like, isn't that just a bit much? Wouldn't we say, folks? A bit much.
Now, I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that suddenly appear over the White House while Trump is still there.
Oh, no doubt. Oh, God, no doubt. I mean, yeah. I mean, we basically already see that, right? If you look inside the White House, it's like gold plated everywhere and crap like that.
It looks so cheap.
Yeah.
A whorehouse.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Excuse me. Excuse me.
You state the truth, right? Okay. Right.
Okay. So moving on. Now, this next thing.
I would, Matt Saigai. Mm-hmm.
This next thing, same place, Stuttgart. Don't know what it was at the time, and it's not in real good shape.
Okay. I'll be careful with this.
It's twice as long as, well, I guess I got to unfold the whole thing. But there you go.
So this, folks, here you go.
Be careful, there's braiding.
Oh, I know. So this is, well, my dad will tell you.
Well,
this one's falling apart, so I'm trying to be really careful with it.
It's a sash that we found out later. I think my son and I did.
Yeah, ein letzter Gruß is what it says.
Yes, so it's basically one last or a last. What did we
A last farewell?
last farewell, something like that. And this would be a sash that they would put on a wreath that's on somebody's grave, and it only went to those Nazis who were considered heroes.
Yeah.
And we found that out, years later. But there we go.
So that would have been placed on a wreath at the burial of a Nazi. I'm sure we all would have been crying. So we would have been so sad.
I would have been shedding tears of laughter.
So it's Gruß, Matt Saigai, not Gruß. Gruß. So it's an O, not a. I'm sorry, it's a U, not an O. I think it's an old-fashioned way of saying like farewell or, yeah, exactly, a final farewell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Okay, moving on.
Which, in my opinion, bye. Anyway.
Yes. And make sure you put the good in front of Bob.
Yeah. Very
emphasize it. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Now, I do have couple things in here I'd like to show you, and then I'll go back to a couple other things. There's a couple things I usually save to last. But my mom was a teenager during the war, and she did not know my dad.
Oh, yeah, this is really cool. Listen to this real fast, Dad. So Mecca Kind says, from my dad's side, we have some Nazi stuff. My grandfather was one of the ones who basically cleaned up the Gestapo HQ in Oslo, Norway, killed a lot of people. I'm sorry, where they killed a lot of people and where he tortured, Max Manus, and a Norwegian fighter blew up 3 different Nazi ships. Interesting. That's really cool, Mecca Kind.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Be proud of him.
Yeah, be very proud of him.
It gives me chills. Seriously.
Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent. I'm sorry. This is Meowsword sent this to us. This would be an example of where these things might be shown. Now, these aren't the exact ones we have, but you can see. Yeah, these are a bit bigger, but you can see they'd be these things hanging off the wreaths here. Hitler doing his, I don't know. And this is in Munich, Dad. It's funny. My dad and I've actually been here. This is Munich. You can tell by the lines in the background.
It's a big building. It's a neoclassical building. And in front of the steps, as you can see there behind the bigger guy, the step going up, on the other side of those steps is another lion. And there's a big open area in front of it.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, there was a famous picture of some German soldiers, some units of the German army, and this is before the war broke out, standing there, and that's the day when they all swore allegiance to Hitler.
Yes.
And there they are, standing in front of that thing. So
it should be noted that Hitler made the army swear allegiance to him, not to Germany. I mean, partially to Germany, but to him, like, directly, which actually surprised a lot of the soldiers. They weren't expecting to be doing an oath to him personally.
And there's a tradition in Germany, especially back then, and when I say Germany, it's more or less introduced by the Prussians, but when you give your sworn word, no matter what, you don't go against it. So he knew what he was doing.
Yep, Alyssa.
Also, too,
okay. You lost train of thought?
Lost train of thought.
That's okay. We'll just go back to the
by the way, those soldiers standing there, those are part of the SA.
Yes.
The Nazi
Sturmabteilung, the stormtroopers.
Yeah.
All right. Shall we?
Yep. Okay. Anyway, about my mom.
Oh, well, really fast, Dad. Sir Bartholomew, thank you, Sir Bartholomew, for the question. Asks, how did Grandfather Revolt send all this stuff home? Did he mail it as he found it or what?
Packed it up and brought it with him.
He was a captain, right, Dad?
He was a master
sergeant.
Yeah.
Okay, he was a master sergeant, so it may have been easier for him to do that, but he brought it all back with him together.
And that's why there was so much stuff at the Stuttgart thing. He says he would love to have had a whole uniform, but there's no way he could have carried it with him. So he carried all this around with him. And it's and everybody was doing it. So the military kind of looked the other way.
Yeah.
So it's just but anyway.
Right.
So in my mom's case, to raise money for the war effort, they sold these dolls, which are kind of unique. And my mom has one. It's actually had one, and I have it now. It's actually made out of almost like hardened paper, lacquered paper.
So again, the United States needed a lot of money, obviously, to pay for the war effort. So they did all these things like buying bonds to help fund the war effort, and they would also sell things to try and raise money for the war effort. And this was one of the things that they created. But as my dad said, to save resources, it's made out of like hardened lacquer or paper or something, so that it doesn't take many resources to make to raise money for the war effort against the Nazis.
Oh, hey!
Oh, I didn't mean to. Hey. All right. You see what I mean? Just want you to see the legs, because the legs are kind of lacquer.
Well, it's funny. She has a pair of boots on or something, but they're not painted.
I see. You're right.
They're painted that Caucasian color.
Yes, interesting. It's kind of terrifying. I guess she's just had the boots melded to her skin. Here you go. Okay. Because a lot of the stuff we have is from the home front too.
Yeah, because of my mom.
Yeah, because of his mother.
Yeah, I'll. Next thing I'll show you. This is actually.
Thank you, Ida, so much for the super chat there. Thank you very much.
These are from my dad. These next two items. When the Western Allies were planning on invading France at Normandy, and if you watch this other thing, you'll know my dad landed at Omaha Beach on D-Day. The Germans.
Maybe sometime we'll do a more in-depth where you tell because there's a lot of stories that we have from that. But anyway,
so it was decided the soldiers have got to have some money to spend. We don't want them just going in the French shops and taking things, but give them some money. So the Free French government, which had some French had fled France when the Nazis came in, they declared themselves, and they fled to London. They declared themselves the official government of France, and so they issued paper money that all of the soldiers got. And here are two examples of what they got. My dad had some left over, so he brought them home.
On a side note, folks, for Ida, you just got here. Mecca, if you're still here, Mecca, you were asking earlier, Mecca, if there's any other Norwegian people in the chat. Ida is Norwegian, just to let you know. So here's the money that the soldiers were given to pay for stuff in France. And yeah, isn't it, Doug? And where? Sorry, Dad.
Let's show them the backside.
Yes. Actually, the backside is beautiful. I think Meowsword, you would appreciate it. I don't know, like the coloring of the flag is very bright and has not faded much. Okay, you can see.
And they were
here.
called French Free Francs.
Yeah, French Free Francs. Sur l'enfant ventry, sur de lady. Okay.
I'm getting nauseated.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so that's he brought that back.
Okay, Meowsword asks, did Grandfather Revolt have any interactions with Nazis beyond battle? Like, did he ever speak, interrogate, or have conversations after the war?
Yeah.
That is a yes, Meowsword. There are a lot of...
Yeah. Can I tell them one?
Yeah, go ahead, tell them.
Okay.
I just want to hear a story. Heck, my dad and I have had interactions with Nazis when we were in Germany. Anyway, that's a different story.
God, yeah. Those, what was his name?
Dietrich.
Dietrich.
Anyway, but we'll tell it another time.
Anyway, my dad always was a little embarrassed to tell this one. He told it as a funny story, but one of the things you would do is, and if you're on recon, one of the things that could be what they asked you to do is to capture somebody, preferably an officer, and bring them back behind the line so they could question the officer, and just make sure they're not armed anymore. Okay. Well, there was a problem, and this wasn't just a problem for the Americans, but it was also for the British Army, their scouts, their people. And what would happen is that if you captured an SS, they actually carried on what I call it this, miniaturized weapons. For instance, most of you've probably seen a German Luger, where there was a smaller version of it.
Like a baby German Luger.
Yeah. It's a small version of the Nazi knife and a couple other things. And what what the SS would do is they would hide them on themselves and hide them usually somewhere frequently next to their skin. So, because your common everyday Wehrmacht soldier did not carry weapons underneath their clothing like that. Okay. And what was happening as they were would bring the guy in, the SS guy, to be interrogated, sometimes without warning, he'd pull out one of these weapons and kill one of the recon guys. So then they had to kill him, and that was bad for the recon
Morale.
guy and
Yeah.
the morale. It's like, oh God, one of ours. But it was also bad from another perspective that they can't question this guy now. So Eisenhower, President General Eisenhower of the Allied forces in Western Europe, put out a directive saying that if you capture SS at the best available moment where you're not in harm's way, strip search them. Just strip search them.
And by the way, there were a lot of incidents on both sides where they didn't even capture SS; they would just execute
Yes.
them. And the SS did the exact same thing. I'm not excusing either side in this case. The Americans did it too, but that
It was SS.
yeah, but yeah. Anyway,
so well, heck, elaborating what my son said at Dachau. Some of the American soldiers there that helped liberate it was so angry they got their hands on some of the SS guards that were there. They were hiding among the prisoners, and the prisoners were more than happy to point them out. And they lined them up against one of the exterior walls and just executed them right there.
That happened frequently. But go ahead and finish the story.
Anyway, so
I'm going to use the restroom, folks. So my dad's going to finish the story, but I'll be right back.
So, sure enough, he and two of his guys went out and captured an SS officer. Now, I do want to stop here. I don't remember the name of one of the two guys that was a part of the recon, but the other guy was by the name of Jim Kane. And he played American football for, I want to say Chicago or something like that. But he was a big guy. As a matter of fact, he was big and muscular and looked mean. And because of that, if they would capture somebody, it wasn't unusual for the prisoner to take one look at Jim Kane, and Jim Kane would act like he was about ready to kill the prisoner, would just tell him everything. And so, to be funny, they nicknamed him Killer Kane. Okay, not because he killed the prisoners, but because he acted like he was, and the prisoners would just spill the guts, figuratively. So they captured this SS officer, and they got a little back away from where they thought the Germans could pose a danger to them, and found a deserted house and took her into the house. Now, I want to express here, I hope you saw what I said, her. This was a female SS officer. And yes, and there were those that were SS officers that were female. Some of them worked at the extermination and concentration camps. And as my dad said, she was your stereotypical of what you would think SS. She was tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed. Just, he says, literally, in peacetime, she would have been drop dead gorgeous. And so they took her in a room, sat her in a chair, and my dad, being the ranking person there. Now, my dad was a farm boy from Indiana, and he hadn't been more than 20 miles from his home until he went into the military. So he had to be the one in charge of making sure she was not carrying any weapons like the SS would. So they sit her in a chair, and my dad looks at her and says, he says, this is a lady. I can't do, gosh, what do I do? So he says, I'm really sorry to tell you this, but we're going to have to search you. Oh, I am so sorry.
Isn't it funny, folks, that the older person is the one that has the cell phone that's on, and it's not me?
God.
Just an asshole.
But anyway, so he says, "I'm really sorry, ma'am." And he said she knew English perfectly. Said, "I'm really sorry, ma'am, but we're going to have to search you." And she just sat there. And he said, and she just sat there and was looking my dad straight in the eye. Then she folded her arms and sat up straight. Didn't say a word. And he goes, and we're going to have to strip search you. I'm really sorry about that. And she then leaned back in her chair, looked at my dad. He says, with this very hard looking face, and goes, "You in what army?" And so my dad, said, "Oh God, here we go." So he reached out, put his hand on her shoulder. And the next thing he remembers, he was on the other side of the room on the floor against the wall. She threw a sucker punch at him sitting down while she was sitting down and knocked my dad across the room. And he says, the other two, "What, my God, you okay? You okay?" to my dad. And he kind of shook it off, and he stood up, and he says, it was at that point, he says, I realized this is no lady, this is SS. So he turned to to one of the guys and said, "Let's step out of the room." And then he turned to Killer Kane, who was quite angry at what she had done to my dad, and said to Killer, "She's yours." They stepped out, shut the door, and he says, for about 3 minutes, you could hear rustling and tussling, like there was some type of a fight going on. And then it calmed down. And it said it only took about 3 minutes. He came out, this is Killer Kane, and laid down 3 different weapons that he found on her. And he said, "She's clean." They went back in. She was fully dressed again. She was sitting in the chair, but she was kind of partly slumped in the chair, as my dad would always say, sitting kind of like this, staring off, and a mess in terms of her hair. And my dad said that was, he says, "I'm embarrassed to talk about it because it was a lady. But the other fact is, this was SS. This was no lady." And he says he learned a lesson, a very valuable lesson.
Yeah. All right. Isn't that like, I saw someone in chat mention Inglorious Bastards. When I first heard that story, it's like, this sounds like freaking like a movie. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So go ahead, Dad. What else do you want to share?
Okay. I'll show you this. This isn't Nazi. This is something my dad got, Bronze Star.
Bronze Star for Valor?
Yeah. And the color of the ribbons is what they call those things. It meant that he fought in Europe, Western Europe.
Gotcha.
He got this. He also got, some purple Purple Hearts for being wounded. He refused to take them.
That's common amongst veterans.
Yeah.
They don't like accepting the Purple Hearts.
Matter of fact, they wanted him to have this, and he refused it. It wasn't until my brother, who was living near an Air Force base. He was not Air Force. He wasn't even in the military. But he made a friend there, and he told him the story of my dad. And the guy said, "So did he ever accept his Bronze Star?" And he goes, "No, he didn't want it." And he explained why. And he says, "Let me look into that." And sure enough, about a month later, he told my brother, "I got the paperwork, got everything. Yes, he should have gotten this, but he turned it down." And he gave this to my brother and said, "Give this to your dad."
Amazing. So, Dad, Alyssa asks, maybe just briefly tell us why do you think why do you think they refuse the Purple Heart?
Well, part of it was there's a lot of my fellow soldiers out there who got shot like I did, but they're now dead.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
shame.
I just got hurt. I will be going back in most cases. So it's like
I think it's survivor's guilt partially.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so they just, and some did take it, and it's nothing against them. But even those that did take it sometimes had a little, and after the war, it wasn't unusual for them, if they did take it, to put them away and not show anybody in many cases.
Thank you so much, Jonas, for the donation there. Folks, that does bring us to enough for me to put on the collar. Would you like to put on the collar, Dad? We'll put you with the collar.
No.
Yeah, yes. We'll put the collar on you. It's actually not that bad.
Well, you joking?
Yeah, I wished anyway. Just you go. There we go. Hey, caller.
I'm gonna sit there like this.
Yeah, there you go.
Call me
Okay.
Uncle Fester.
Uncle Fester. Okay, sorry. Go
Okay,
ahead.
so and that's one of the reasons. And about this star, my dad, when he got it from my brother, gave it to him actually on Christmas Day. He started to cry. My dad did, and he said, "How'd you get this?" My brother told him, and he thanked my brother all over the place. Now, my brother did not lived about an hour's drive from here. He and his family, and about a month later, my dad put it away, but then he said to me, "Here, I'm going to give this to you." And I said, "Whoa, whoa, whoa, whoa. No, 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 no." And he says, "Well, you're teaching, your history, you do teach this stuff. You know, go ahead." I says, "But Dad, it's yours." And he goes, "No, you don't understand. I lived. How many people did more than I did, and they didn't live and never got recognized?" Says, I just can't keep it.
Yeah.
And so it's been in my possession for basically longer than it was ever in my dad. My dad had it for about a month.
Wow.
And he said, "Don't tell your brother."
So it's legit. We got a lot of compliments too right now. Go ahead and get up the next thing. I'll just while I'm doing this. Let's see here. Ida says she loves you. That others say your dad. Alyssa says your dad and your sister are so much alike in terms of looks and mannerisms. Alyssa also says, my grandpa served in Vietnam and he refuses to talk about it. Only person he has ever talked to about it was my brother when he drove him to the flight for basic training. That's common, Alyssa. There's a lot of veterans who don't ever talk about it.
Matter of fact, my dad, whenever I would ask him, because especially being in history, when I was a kid, I would ask him about what was it like. He would tell me funny stories. Like there was a cow story that it was hilarious, but he would not tell me until I got older. I started teaching, and I would teach about World War II, and I would ask Dad. I finally said, "Dad," and I asked him a specific question. I said, "Would you mind?" Then he started telling me. But as he would tell me the stories, each story, his voice would trail off, get softer and softer, until the very end. He would then say, "You know, I hope you are never had to be involved in a war."
Yeah.
He would always say that.
And thanks to the Orange Mussolini, we might get involved in one. Yay. Okay. So, by the way, I guess Mecca, what'd you say, Mecca? You said my family did have an MP40. Oh, you had a Nazi weapon. That's fascinating.
Oh.
Before the government took it away. Yeah, that's frustrating. But yeah, right, Jonas. I do love war stories that involve funny stories. It reminds you that no matter how bad the situation, men will always take the piss. Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. We have the luck of being so. Yeah, you're right, Alyssa. We do have the luck of being so disconnected from the realities of war. Well, folks, one of the reasons I support Ukraine is Americans really don't have that. I mean, a lot of you do because you're educated people, you understand these things, but a lot of Americans don't understand the horrors of war. We really haven't had that on our soil in hundreds of years. Anyway, so I feel for the people of Ukraine for that reason.
Can I say something?
Yes.
And I've said this on a couple other things, but I always have my students read this story. There's a story, very short story, by Mark Twain, or that's his pen name, Samuel Langhorne Clemens,
Alyssa.
is his birth name. Famous American writer, if you're not familiar with it. He wrote a short story. You can sit down and read it in, 10 minutes, called The War Prayer. And Mark Twain lived in a time of imperialism and America, finally becoming a power and stretching its muscles and going out and, war is glorious and all of that. And he was very popular writer back then, but he wrote this as his answer to what he thought was going on. And you got to read it because it fits in with what you were saying.
Mm-hmm.
And it,
yeah, war not glorious. And a lot of times especially for the men out there, I am speaking to the men out here, our masculinity is sort of weaponized. to make us think that war is glorious because the state wants us to go fight, or they want to convince us that it's a good thing so that we'll sign up for the military and go fight, but it is not. Okay.
As my dad once said, also, I would have him come in and talk to the kids.
Alyssa, I'll do that. I'll link the war prayer in Discord. Okay.
Okay.
And how dare you, SoCal? First of all, and
what did he say?
No, he was being mean to me. He said,
"Oh, okay, that's fine. Thank you,
exactly."
SoCal.
He said, "This is the Papa Revolt show. You can say whatever you like, Papa Revolt. Casual Revolt. I should be asking you I should be asking you for permission to speak," is what he's saying. Okay, starting to sound like City Crusher. How dare you, Alyssa? How dare you, Alyssa? Okay. Okay. All right. So, okay, Meowzord, does Papa Revolt have a favorite World War II movie or a TV show?
Wow. It depends what I want to watch in terms of what aspect from what view. Probably Saving Private Ryan is right up there because my dad had passed away by the time this movie came out. And, and I had heard some of the real horror stories from him by then also. And so when I'm sitting there watching this, I'm thinking, actually, I went with a friend, and he was a World War II buff also. And I found myself, unfortunately for him, saying, my dad talked about that. Oh my God, my dad talked about that. And for instance, when they landed Omaha Beach, my dad talked about that. And some of the stuff he said that he saw, it was horror.
Didn't your dad, sorry to cut, didn't your dad say that when he was walking on the beaches of Normandy, like you couldn't really step somewhere without stepping on something that was once human?
He said when you got off the landing craft, you ran. He says you weren't thinking, this is for my country, this is for God and country. You're thinking, I'm going to die, I got to get to cover, and you just start running. And he says, and as you were running, he says the men that came before him on the first wave, he says a lot of them had been killed, a high percentage. And he says about every other step you took, you stepped on something that was once human. Bits and pieces, whole bodies. There were moaning and groaning men. He says you saw things you won't even see in horror shows. And he says, and it was real. So he said it was just awful. And those of you who watched the thing with Trump on Veterans Day, I mentioned that about us when we went to Normandy. You should watch it, and you'll hear that story. But yeah, but anyway,
thank you for promoting the video. That was nice of you.
You owe me now. But anyway, so that one, because there's so many things that my dad said to me in his personal experience, I saw on screen. Oh golly, another one, and this is all for different reasons.
But while you're doing that, Dad, I'm just going to. Okay, I got a lot of good. Sorry, folks. I think you've had a lot of good comments here. Let me read some of them. Go back here. Mecha Kind says some places in Norway can still find scars from the war. A lot of sea mines come from the American, and in the British laid down a lot of sea mines. Along the Norway and things like that. Okay. And then also Norway had heavy water, which because they were trying, because the Nazis were trying to develop a nuclear bomb.
Yep.
Yep, you're
research
right. Blew
facility
it up,
up there.
Yep.
At Telemark or something like that.
Yeah, I think it was Telemark. That sounds about right. We now know that the Nazis were farther away from a nuke than was a thought at the time, but they were still trying to develop one.
And we actually found plans afterwards, after the war, that had they developed them, they were hoping to get 3 nukes, and one drop on Moscow, another one drop on London, and the third one you might go Washington D.C., but it was actually going to be New York City.
By the way, part of that is ideological. They view New York City as the home of Jews, essentially. I'm not even joking. That was part of it. Yeah.
And now the thing is with New York City, they didn't have any type of a system to deliver it here. However, they were trying to build or design a long-range bomber for several reasons, and one of those was to hopefully deliver it to New York City.
Some other comments here, Dad. How dare all of you? Okay, this is how dare you, Dolly Boy? I'm no longer welcoming you, Dolly Boy. Okay, this is Paparevolt show. Casual Revolt needs to put his hand up every time he wants to speak. Okay,
I agree with you. Not my son, but you.
how dare you? Okay, okay. Sorry, I'm missing some more here. Raccoon Boyo. You strongly Jonas recommends SAS. One second here, folks. God, this is hard to keep track of. Second. Where'd Jonas go? Sorry, folks. I'm having trouble. Where'd it go? Okay. Jonas recommends SAS Rogue Hero series is about the founders of the SAS in World War II. Okay, we'll take a look at that, Jonas. Raccoon Boyo says Revolt Senior is in the house. Woo! J Shadow. Welcome back, J Shadow. J Shadow, my high school history teacher told us a story he heard from his dad about his experience in the Korean War, stating they would have to hide under dead bodies. They would have to hide under dead bodies and call airstrikes on their own position. I am not surprised. I've heard things like that before. This is why war not fun. Okay, we're not good. And hope for the best. Yeah, unimaginable amount of trauma, right, Dolly Boy? Alyssa asked Dad, do you ever think of joining, or did your dad tell you not to? Now, are you referring to? I assume you're referring
Military.
to my dad, right? Did my grandfather? Okay, yeah. Did he tell you that you shouldn't join?
This is what he said, and I got to give you a quick little thing here. He would always say about World War II, I didn't like being there. I didn't like seeing all the destruction and the suffering, the dying, and the death, and the inhumanity toward humanity. But he said, considering that we were fighting a great evil, I would do it again. However, he said, I hope you and your brother never involved again, because he said you'll never recover from it. Well, it turned out that I was due to be drafted to go to Vietnam, and I was in college at the time, and my number was not high when they pulled it. However, it was my group of people in that year when President Nixon canceled the draft. Now, I did have a couple of really close friends in college that would have gone.
You know, you could have just said you had bone spurs, Dad.
So I got Trump spurs.
Yeah.
But anyway, and he actually said, if you have to defend your country and the cause is truly good against evil, he said, you need to do something. But he said, otherwise, I don't wish that on anybody.
Wow. Okay. All right. So go ahead and what's the next object we got here?
Now, what I have here is a letter from November 5th, 1944, that was sent to my mom. One of the things that, remember, she's in high school, or maybe a senior. Yeah, probably a senior. And this was written somewhere near New Guinea. So this is in the Pacific. And she had a group of friends she hung out with. She and a few other girls and some guys hung out. They did things together. And one of the things, too, that you don't always read about is when the guys get drafted or join and go off into the war, they find out pretty quickly that they've got to cling on something back home to keep them sane. And so what had happened is that there are a couple guys in that group that suddenly saw my mom as the girl they left behind. And my mom said, really, we were only friends, and this is very typical. And
so his mom, my grandmother, his mom received this letter from this friend of hers who was fighting in the Pacific. Okay.
Yes. And mind if I read this?
Yes. Yeah. Go ahead. Let me kind of show it to them first.
Oh, yeah.
You can see here, folks. I'm trying to be very careful with it. It says, what does that say? November 5th, 1944. November 5th, 1944. And the whole thing. Here you go.
Okay. And
right, Alyssa.
This is inside. Now, this man was on a ship, and give you a little insight to the people who are out there fighting, and that little story I told you about trying to turn for comfort to somebody back home. Says, "Dear Dolores," that was my mom's name. Everybody called her D. "Thanks for the visit via Dreamwave. You are wonderful. It wouldn't be nice to not return your visit, so here I am traveling by the same method." You can see he's dreaming of my attire may be a little out of season in your part of the country. I'm wearing tacky in the line of clothes, and for the acme of comfort, moccasins in the line of footgear. Uh, Personally, I think they look better than the GI variety. However, I'm sure that you will make allowances for anything out of season, won't you, darling?
Oh, darling.
Yeah. I used to read this to my students. All of a sudden, at that point, they go, "Did your mom marry this guy?"
Nope.
She didn't even know my dad at the time. Says, "The season on love is open the year round." God. "And I understand if it isn't, we'll open it without further ado. Is that music I hear coming from the living room? Very lovely. Shall we go in and sit on the sofa and see what kind of inspiration it gives out with?"
Netflix and chill, right, folks?
My mom would always go, "Oh, I can't believe I kept this."
Yeah.
But
Yeah, I don't blame her. Yeah.
going through the mind. Not that it makes any
Right, Jonas?
because when I look at your beautiful, enchanting face, time stands still and any kind of music is heavenly.
Aw.
Ah, my darling, to be alone with you in softly lit living room with the radio playing sweet music in the background would be the fulfillment of the most perfect dream I have ever had. I just can't think of anything more wonderful. You'd probably have a couple of broken ribs. I'd squeeze you so tight in my joy. But then, you being a doctor could utter a few magic words and they would be as good as new. Darling, I don't know how much success I would have in sweeping you off your feet if I were really there in person, but you can rest assured I would try with all my heart and soul. And if I did not have any success, I doubt if you would have time and you would have time for a career as a doctor or physician. Now, I do want to mention there's a hint there that's obviously that he is saying that, I hope this would work on you. So I think deep down he knew that it wasn't that close,
Yeah.
but he'd like to think.
But he's lonely too, I would bet.
Of course, you could work on me. Oh, God.
Oh my God.
My mom, you can work on me all you desired, but I'm afraid I draw the line there.
Would he though? Would he?
And then this is he's speaking to himself because this guy's name is Ralph. He has in parentheses, "Now hold it, Ralph. You don't have any more chance with Dolores than that star away up yonder. So let's not assume too much." And then he closes the parentheses. God. The part of the Carolinas that I spent my early life in was Winston-Salem, home of Camel cigarettes, and basically everybody smoked back then.
Yeah.
And a little town north of there by the name of Stoneville. Your sister, Jo, my mom was the youngest of three girls, and my Aunt Jo was the middle daughter. Okay. Let's see. Your sister, Jo, probably lived in Greensboro or Charlotte. All right. My home is about 40 miles from Greensboro and about 120 from Charlotte. A lot of the fellows I meet have been at one time or the other been stationed in Greensboro. Okay, it goes on and on and on and on. And on. I'd rather show you than. He says, "I'd love to have you come down and show you North Carolina a great deal." hay rides. They have hay rides down there. He said, "I'd love to be with you there."
Aw.
Um, and then he goes on to say, "I'll just have to introduce you to all those things, darling, personally." Well, hon, it's getting along towards the wee small hours of the morning. So for now, good night, and please write off a love, Ralph.
Now, do we know if Ralph survived the war?
Yeah.
You don't know?
Yes, we do know.
We do?
Yes, he
Did he?
did. From what my mom said, he did survive the war. Matter of fact, the ship he was on was sunk.
Thank you, Dolly Boy. He was sunk?
It was sunk out at sea. He survived. But according to the story, they weren't rescued immediately.
Mm-hmm.
And so, it didn't take hours either, but he was there in the water. Some of the men survived, some of them didn't. And around him were not just the live ones, but the dead ones floating. And being on a ship, you get to know a lot of them. And he got real messed up.
Oh, really?
And the story is that
There's
he
that
was sent
trauma,
home.
folks.
He was sent home. It was that bad.
Oh, goodness. Okay.
Now, here's the rest of the story. My mom said when he came home,
Mm-hmm.
he said he was always fun-loving, always ready to crack a joke and be funny. But when he came home, if you would approach him and he didn't see you and you would just say, "Hey, Ralph," he would jump really high and
Yeah.
start shaking out of fear.
Yeah.
And he was home for about, what did my mom say, for not more than 3 months.
Mm-hmm.
When one day his mother went down into the basement and found him hanging.
Oh, God.
He
Okay.
killed himself.
Yeah.
Which I think is why my mom saved this.
Jeez.
But, another.
Sorry
of
for
the
this.
Nazi,
Yeah.
in this case, the Imperial Japanese.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah.
Talk about bringing.
That's horrific. Just what we were saying, folks. The horrors of war.
And every war
horrors
does
of
this.
war.
Every war. And it just isn't World War II.
Yeah.
It just isn't my dad. It's everybody. Vietnam, Korea.
Yes.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
Even if it's a short stint in a horrible condition of war.
Yeah.
It's we're not built for that.
Right, Doug. And Doug says, casualties of war don't stick on the battlefields. That's for sure.
Right.
The casualties of war go. By the way, also literally, because the mines that are left, the bombs that are left, also kill people years after the war ends. Not only, and also the psychiatric scars kill people years after wars ended.
Yeah. It's just horrible.
Yeah.
If you've ever studied human psychology, we're built for fight or flight. And our first reaction is flight.
Yes.
It really is. Because the
fight.
adrenaline kicks in and heads to those parts of the body that powers your legs and keeps them going.
Yes.
Seriously. The fight reaction is if you can't flee.
Yeah.
And so here you do train a bunch of men and women to voluntarily go in and put themselves in harm's way. And, the flight kicks in. Matter of fact, you hear about sometimes, especially in the Civil War, the U.S. Civil War, that some soldiers, after they're being shot at a couple times, they just turned and ran. It was like, I can't do this. So these people had to be trained and trained and trained to condition the brain to not do the flights, even though you want to. My dad used to say that he said you could tell who the new recruits are when they would come in to take the places of those who were wounded or dead. He said they would freeze up sometimes. They would think they're firing their rifle, but they weren't. He says they would piss on themselves or defecate in their pants without, realizing they did that. He says that there's nothing that prepares you for that. So it's not, and after they kind of, some of them never got over and had to be pulled off the lines. So all that training you go through, the reason why it takes so long to train is to condition you so that even though you do want to run, you don't.
Yeah.
So,
and then of course, that's why there's punishment. So if you do run, because they have to have those, otherwise they'd have more people running. Okay.
Just a couple more things.
All right. Couple more things here.
Yeah. For one thing, I want to show you. I always like showing the kids this. This is something called and part of it's missing, but oh well. Called Yank Magazine, and it's a weekly magazine that would. Oh, wait a minute. Oh well, that would be printed for the.
This is the front page. It looks
Oh,
like.
it is front page. That would be it was for the soldiers, and they would have stories in there from home, sports stories, um, and what's going on if you're in Europe. You would get a European version, but they'd also tell you what's going on in the Pacific.
Of course, it would be censored and such, but
yeah,
yeah.
and there were also cartoons on the back to give the here on this one the back.
It says, by the way, that this is November 26, 1944.
Yeah. And this is the back of the same one has, little cartoons.
That sounds amazing, Meowsword.
Now, here at my dad said, I don't know why I brought those home. He just brought everything in his sack. Gotta find some way to restore some of it.
Yeah.
But anyway, every edition had a pinup in it.
A pinup. Do you all know what a pinup is? Oh, did someone send a super thing? Thank you, Raccoon Boyo. Thank you for the bits there. Yeah, I totally can, Alyssa. Maybe we'll do that. I'll share it on Discord.
So there were pinups in there, and they were geared toward the men, and they would kind of get famous Hollywood actresses to pose. And so both of these have a pinup in it. And I would tell my students who are freshmen in high school, in some cases, sometimes seniors, I would go, I'm going to show you the pinup. And they'd all look at me and I'm going, don't go home and tell your parents. Well, here's the pinup I would show them. Famous actress, Rita Hayworth. Very famous actress back then.
Surprised this
and believe it or not, you can't see anything. That's
yeah. But this is raunchy for the 40s, right?
Yes. And
right? Yeah, that might be why it's called a Yank, Meowsword. I'm surprised.
Oh.
I'm surprised this page isn't anyway, sticky.
Just
sorry, okay.
Now, you're allowed to write in and ask questions or give your opinion about things. And lo and behold, there's a question and answer thing in here that is associated with that picture. And it's kind of humorous. Actually, it's quite humorous. If I can find it, probably in pieces somewhere inside. Oh, there's about sports. Well, I can't find it. It's probably somewhere else in this box. But basically,
it's SoCal.
There was one guy that wrote in and says to Rita Hayworth, the one leg that you're showing is looks pretty swollen, a dame, especially you. But where in the hell is your other leg? Because you can't see the same. And she actually wrote back and sent a picture, and she's sitting in a similar pose, wearing the same outfit, but in this case, the leg that you couldn't see, she has stretched out, and so you could see two legs, and she's pointing to the one leg that you couldn't see, and he goes, "Here, this is to show you that I do have two legs." And it made a big splash. Another guy wrote in and said, "Now, I'm going to say, I'm not the first guy that took a look at your picture and gave one low wolf whistle at that picture." And he said, and I never noticed you were missing a leg. I mean, you can't be an American man if you're noticing things like that on a swell dame like you. And it was, that's the lingo of the time.
Yes, incels never die, right?
Okay, now the last thing.
Okay, last thing. Here, I will stand up, Dad, to do it. So we don't get it. So, folks, this is like the grand finale, I guess, but we're going to have to stand up because it's big. Okay.
It's my son's ego.
How dare you? Okay.
Okay. I like doing it
first. Yes. Okay.
And as you can probably see, what we're going to unfold. I have shown this so often to so many school groups, and even to schools that
I'm teaching it
have
too.
done it, that even though it looks in good shape, the cloth is getting a little worn, and I accidentally tore it once, which just,
Yeah.
in one hand, upset me because my dad got it, and it's like, there you go, Stuttgart. That's what he got. Now, this is not one of the larger flags. This is actually a small flag. In Germany, they had flags that would be big enough probably to cover the side of a building.
They were probably compensating for something.
Right. Now, and I do have a short story. When I was a kid in grade school, the teacher said, who was teaching history, hey, if your dads or moms have anything from World War II, because that was the generation of their kids were now in school, want to bring a show, we'll have show and tell tomorrow. So I knew my dad had this. So I brought it, and another student brought his stuff. And I'm not going to tell you his last name, but his first name was Salvatore. Not that it has anything to do with anything, but I never forgot it. And you'll see why. He was the first one up there. And basically, he had a Nazi flag like this.
Yeah.
Okay. Gives you an idea how big it is.
It's very big.
And his was one of those huge ones. Okay. And everybody's going, ooh, ooh, on. I'm going, oh, dang it. So I get up there. I'm next. I get up there and I show some of the stuff. And when I get to that, I unfold it. And the kids go, oh, wow. Salvatore is bigger. And Salvatore's sitting there with a smirk on his face going, yeah, I did it. And then I turned it around.
And here's sort of the fun part, I guess.
And everybody really went, oh, and Salvatore just dropped his head.
Now, I'm going to pull the camera. Well, I'm going to try to pull it closer. Do you guys see?
Here, I can hold this part.
You get a bit closer here. Do we see? You can I don't know if you can see all the signatures. Can you see all the writing? Can you all see the writing? See all that? See all the writing? Okay.
Now,
go ahead.
I'll just stand here and talk with this. And what had happened, every American soldier, and I'm not too sure about the British, but I bet you they did too, wanted a Nazi flag. And believe it or not, there were enough Nazi flags to probably to outfit the entire world for the next 100 years. The Nazis loved their flags. And but you couldn't always get your hands on one. But when some of the men found out that my dad had this, they said, oh, can I see it? My dad said, sure. And then he pulled out, can I sign it? And he goes, okay. So they start signing it in the white field on this side. Okay. And every once in a while, somebody else would come up and go, hey, can I show this to my buddies? And he said, some of these guys he didn't even know. And he said, yeah, it's in the Jeep. And he pretty much figured it'd disappear and never see it again. Well, maybe a day later, he'd find it back in the Jeep again with more signatures. So my dad doesn't know most of these people.
Yeah.
But they filled up with the signatures.
Yeah, so the whole thing is filled up with American soldier signatures. I know it's hard to see on here, but they all signed it.
They put where they were from in many cases.
Yeah. So for example, like there's one here that says Joe Black, Marina, Bronx, New York. Another one that says Johnstown, Pennsylvania. Another one here that says, well, there's a lot of New Yorks. Then there's also Pennsylvania, Detroit, Michigan, Boston, Massachusetts, Ithaca, New York, Rhode Island. And there's a right here, by the way. I don't know remember my dad told you guys the story about Killer Kane?
Oh, that's him.
Yeah.
That's his.
They're actually Killer Kane. I don't know if you can see it. I don't want to, it's having trouble getting it there. I don't know if you can see it. Am I putting it up right? Oh, it's up.
You try to hold it and I'll do
it. Killer Kane actually signed it too. The guy from the story my dad told. See it? Right there.
Between my fingers.
Jim Kane, Killer. That would be Killer Kane's signature. There was an American general that signed it. Somewhere on here, a well-known American general.
Yeah, and it has been verified that really is him. He was in charge. I forgot which army it was. And when I say which army, back then, Yeah, you have the American Army or the British Army, but it's broken down into smaller units. The biggest of the smaller units is called the Army itself, like the U.S. First Army, U.S. Third. And he was, I forgot, I keep forgetting. I always have to.
Major General James.
Okay, that's not him.
Oh, that's another one. There are some other generals on here too.
This one is Simpson.
Oh yeah, General Simpson. Okay.
There it is. My dad said he has no idea how he got his name on it. He says it just returned one day with his signature on it.
Yeah, I don't know if you guys can see it.
Somebody knew him.
See it with General Simpson.
Yeah, and if you look him up, you'll find out what he commanded.
Yeah.
But yeah, that all of this was on it. And there is a short story. There's one here. One time, my dad and his friends had captured a German from the Wehrmacht, the German army. But
we can only hope, Raccoon.
What?
Raccoon made a comment about a different flag that we'd like to see signatures on. Let's put it that way. Okay.
Okay. And so they captured a German soldier, but he was in charge of the mail for a particular unit. So he was a Wehrmacht soldier, but he was a mailman. Anyway, my dad said to the American, can I sign it? I hear you have it. My dad said, yeah, it's over there. So the guy pulled out and started to sign it. Well, this particular soldier, this German soldier, started to get kind of all excited. And, hardcore Nazis did not like seeing Americans or the enemy with a flag. It was considered horrible. Well, lo and behold, my dad thought, oh God, this guy is going to lose it. And he walks over to this German soldier, and before my dad could say anything, the German soldier said to him in rough English, so that a Nazi flag? And my dad thought to myself, oh my God, I'm going to have to punch him. He loses it and attacks me. And my dad said, yes, so what? And he says, can I sign it? And my dad looked at him and going, what? Can I sign it? My dad said, well, okay. And so he signed it. And he also still had his canceling stamp, the letters.
Mm-hmm.
And then he stamped his name.
So you can see the stamp here. It has get it really close. I don't know if you can see it very well here. I don't know if you guys can see. Do you see it? It's kind of.
The stamp is kind of pinkish looking.
Yeah.
Nope, you just had it.
There it is.
Yeah, right there.
It's hard to see.
There it is.
You can kind of see it right here. See it right there.
Lehman is his last name.
It's kind of light, but it's a stamp with a German imperial eagle on it.
And it says Mannheim, Deutschland.
Yeah, Mannheim.
And as my dad said, he knew right away when he said he wanted to sign it, considering how sacred Nazis hold these things. He knew right then and there, this poor guy, he was an older gentleman. He said this poor guy probably had to join the military.
Yeah.
Deliver mail because that's what he could do at his age. And he obviously was not a hardcore Nazi.
Raccoon
He wouldn't have been doing that.
Yeah, so this German soldier probably was opposed to the Nazis. Raccoon, at the end of the war, the Nazis, in an effort because they were running out of troops, basically forcibly conscripted old men and young boys into the military. So there were a lot of old men that got forced into the military. Many of them may not have even liked the Nazis. So this might have been one of these older men who was forced into the military who wasn't a fan of the Nazis.
Yeah, a lot of your old men at this point in history had fought as young men in World War I.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of them did not like the Nazis.
Yeah. So that was we don't really know his story, but that's a possibility. It was just one German soldier who was forcibly drafted at the end. Probably wasn't a Nazi. He probably was just part of the German army, basically.
I mean, he probably was a Nazi because if you lived in Germany,
I know what I mean, but like not
you had to be a part of the Nazi
but
party.
You know what? But I mean, like probably wasn't an ideological Nazi. We should say there were some folks like that. Okay.
So.
All right, and can we just show them that one last picture, Dad, of him putting the flag like a dress? So my grandfather actually took a picture of himself with that captured flag. And to make fun of the Nazis, he wore it like a dress. So I wanted to show
kind of like a dress.
or whatever it may be.
There's one wrapped in it.
Yeah, well, but kind of like a dress. Like it is like a dress. I think so. But okay, so here you go. I don't know if you can see it here very well. You see him standing in the center there, wearing it like a dress. Okay, like kind of like putting up his arms, like ooh, I'm wearing it. Like okay.
And this is in Stuttgart. If you want that, some of his buddies that he knew.
Yeah, this is them holding it. In Stuttgart. Okay.
And there's another one in which one of his buddies has the flag on. My dad is approaching him with a gun on.
So
him.
this guy is pointing a gun at the flag. Okay.
My dad is, and his friend is in it.
Yeah.
I'm not going to really. Let's see here. You already, they saw that one, and I do want to show this.
Right, raccoon. Okay. Yeah.
This one too. This is actually a German general that my dad and his recon captured, which you treated them very, very differently. And he does have his hat on. What I showed you was not a German general's hat, but this is once again in Stuttgart. While there, they captured this German general.
All right. Stuttgart. Okay.
Do you want to show that?
Oh.
We're going to wait him for a story time.
We'll wait for a story. Well, I'm just going to you briefly tell him. Don't tell him the whole story. When we save it for a different time because it's a long story.
Okay, he's in it there.
There was basically an orphanage
in the
Netherlands where there was a Nazi right up in the bell tower.
No, that's somewhere else.
Okay, well then tell. They said you tell the story.
Okay, what it is that my dad was attached to the British at this point for recon, and he and his buddies, and then that picture there, you'll see my dad on the far left at the top. It's written in pen next to it. It says Mel. I don't know if you can see that, but they were on recon. And once again, another one of these things, they heard the Germans had fled this town, but they didn't know. So they sent recon in. And as they were kind of, I don't want to say walking through town, but, moving in such a way they wouldn't be seen to scope out the town, he said,
don't tell the whole story, but like you get the so these were.
And so these girls were in an orphanage, and
right.
they saved them.
Okay, yeah, but so what were they being saved from?
The rest of the story. You don't want me to tell the whole thing?
I mean, if you want to, you can. I was okay. Go ahead.
Okay, and what had happened was that all of a sudden they look up and they see some Catholic nuns, full habits, and they come up to them, and it's like, "Whoa, sisters, what?" And they said, "We run an orphanage. There's some Germans that are inside, and we have some orphan girls that we're taking care of, and they're being held hostage. Can you help us?" So my dad said, "Okay, we'll go look at it." So they sneaked up the best they could, kind of looked in, and found out that the handful of Germans that were there had left. And so the girls were safe, and those are the girls. If you notice, I don't know if you can see in there, they're wearing wooden shoes.
Because this is the Netherlands, so all these little girls in this orphanage are all wearing wooden shoes. I don't know if you can see that very well.
And so the nuns said, my dad said it was getting late, and the nun said, "Why don't you stay the night?" And they said, "Well, okay." So they fed my dad and the two guys. They were not. My dad said this is the first nice, warm, home cooked meal he had in forever. And he said that night they gave him a room with beds, and that's another thing my dad hadn't slept in forever was an actual bed. And he says, and our uniforms were a mess because you don't have time to wash them. So they took off their uniforms, laid them down next to their beds, and just slept in their civvies, their underwear. And the next morning they woke up, and he said, we slept really soundly. And he said, the next morning we woke up and looked, and the uniforms were next to our beds, but they were all washed, pressed, folded up neatly, sitting there. The nuns had sneaked in, taken their uniforms and washed them for him.
Amazing.
Yeah, and that picture at the three men at the top of those steps, you can tell they're crisp uniforms. My dad never forgot that.
That's so cool.
So,
all right. Dad, thank you very much
Yes.
for talking to us.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening to me droning on.
No, we loved it. We loved it. My dad's going to step out now. I hope everyone enjoyed that.
Hold this real quick.
Yeah, of course. I'm going to help him fold up the flag, and then we'll get on to some other stuff, folks. I'll make sure, Alyssa, to upload some of that stuff to the Discord. Okay, 1 second, folks.
Well, I could say one thing, folks. Is it still on?
Yep.
Is that I'm ready. I'm ready just in case Trump and his MAGA cronies take full control of our country. Because I have the flag, I can fly outside, and they would go, oh, he's one of us.
God. Raccoon Boyo asks, what do you think about of demilitarization? Now, Raccoon Boyo, would you be more specific? What do you mean? Do you mean like complete demilitarization? Or do you mean like at least weakening or having less military? What do you think? Raccoon Boyo. All right.
What?
Oh, wait 1 second. Just Raccoon Boyle asked a question. I'm waiting to hear get a clarification for Raccoon Boyle. What do you feel about gradual demilitarization followed by complete demilitarization? Where I'm guessing you mean globally, Raccoon Boyo. You mean globally, Raccoon Boyo? Alyssa, we need more soon. Yeah, Alyssa, we'll do it soon, and my sister will come back as well. All right.
Okay. Ideally, I believe it's the only way to go.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, globally.
Yep.
Because that would solve a lot of problems.
Right.
You know, you have a military. Well, let's look at the modern thing right now with Ukraine. Russia was the #1 power in the world when it came to their military, so they thought, and therefore it's easy to use. Trump is threatening to use it.
You mean they were not the #1 power? Russia was not. You mean
they had the largest military at the time
when? I'm sorry.
When they attacked Ukraine.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Well,
and they had more
disagree,
tanks
but
than
that's
us.
okay.
They had more tanks than us.
You
Numbers.
Okay, because China has more troops than Russia, but you
yeah,
mean
but overall, except
I got
for
you.
the
Okay.
Navy. The Navy.
Yeah.
Like
Sorry, go ahead.
Ships. And so since Putin thought he could run over anybody with this huge modern army and all that stuff and his air force, which is worthless, he just invaded. He didn't care what the world thought. Trump has actually used our military to sink boats off the coast of Venezuela, saying that they were drug people, and there's some evidence that some of them were not.
Yeah, and even if they were, you can't just sink drug vessels.
You can't do that. And so it's awfully big excuse to commit violent horrors, and in some cases, violent crimes against people. You got it, use it.
Yeah.
The whole idea, walk softly but carry a big stick. Now, actually, that's not quite the same thing, because the way it's being used these days, militaries are carry a big stick and use it all the time, type of a thing. If you didn't have that big stick, you couldn't use it.
Yeah.
Now, practicality, it'll never work, at least in my lifetime, because there are too many despots and people who believe that might makes right. If I have a military that can wipe out anybody in the world, then we're on the right side, type of a thing. And God bless us all.
Yeah. So, but would you agree with Raccoon, with real life Catty J, that if everyone were to demilitarize, that would be great.
Everyone did that.
Yeah.
And
sorry.
What I want to say, agree to it and be it verifiable, it would be great. For one thing, and once again, this would be an ideal world. All that money that the world spends on military research and stuff, right now, as we sit here, there are people out there in the world, and we're talking even our country, the U.S., where we are here.
Sorry, I should be turning this so they can see you.
They don't need to see me.
Yes, they do.
There you go. Anyway, there are people starving to death. There are people that have no health care. All that money that is spent on military could solve those problems, could solve everybody hopefully would know that we need to come together and work on issues like climate change and work on issues of trying to find cures for diseases we don't have yet.
Do you all see where I got it from now? Go ahead.
Nobody would be hungry. But the problem is, I don't care how many people are in the world, or even when you talk about a business, how many people are in a business, you're always going to find some people who are real jerks. And they're not always going to
have the best interest of
so
others.
Ideally, my God, what we could do. There'd be nobody going hungry. There'd be crime would drop off because a large part of crime, at least in the US, is from people who have nothing trying to get something. And sometimes the only way to get that is to become a drug dealer. Some people become drug dealers, low-level drug dealers, out of necessity to get some money to have food. I mean, anyway, it would.
Yeah,
a lot of
things could be better, right?
Oh, yeah.
For sure. Okay. Well,
Okay.
thank you, Dad, very much for everything. Yes, he will. I'll have him back on soon, folks. If you all want me to have him back on, I think you do, from what I can tell. So we'll make sure to have him back on soon. Thank you, everyone. Bye-bye, Dad. Thank you very much.
See you guys. Thank
Bye.
you for listening.
Well, they love to listen, of course. They don't have to thank them. They enjoyed
He
it.
doesn't listen, though.
That's true. I don't listen. All right. Okay.
Thank you.
Right.
This up with.
Okay. Oh yeah, thank you, Dad. All right, folks. Bye-bye, Dad.
Bye.
All right. That's right, SoCal. We know there's nothing big with these men, that's for sure. When it comes to weapons and stuff. All right. Okay, guys. So thank you, everyone. I think you all enjoyed that. Maybe I should have my dad on more often. I definitely. What did you say, Dad? Yes. Okay. I'll have you on more often. How about that, Dad? I know we. I definitely made more money having him on than I normally do. Okay. What does that say about me? What does that say about me? Okay. How dare you, Dad? You get out of here. Get out of here. Shoo. Okay. So okay. I get it, Raccoon Boy. I get it. Okay, guys. So I hope you all enjoyed that. Some great info there. There's other stuff. My dad can tell you some stories, etc. But yeah, and that is, by the way, why I got so inspired to. That's why I became so interested in fascism and stuff. Was hearing all this stuff growing up, and learning about it. Okay. How the bass picked up, right? Okay. All right. So, guys, few things here, right? Few things for us to do, talk about, etc. When it comes to super chats, I believe we have reached. It looks like I think we've reached 7. We definitely have reached 7. So that means makeup, and unfortunately, he left, so we can't. Not really a Q&A thing, but well, okay. So I'll put on the makeup. I think we're at 7. 3 more, and we'll do a Jester After Dark stream. And we have a few things to talk about. All right. So I'll put on the makeup while we're doing it. Few things here. So we just talked about all that good stuff. Let me see what else I got for you. As we all saw, if you were on the stream earlier, we've been talking about the revelation, all the Epstein files that were released. I'm going to see if there's been any updates while we've been sitting here. Well, I've been sitting here, I should say, because I haven't really had a chance to look at the news. Okay. Backlogs. Yeah, it doesn't look like anything new since it's interesting. The media isn't really talking about what's happening that much, I've noticed, with the Epstein files. I wonder why. You have I have a movie. You need to watch The King NEI. It's a Norwegian movie about World War II, how the royal family escaped to Sweden, and how Norwegian run and Royal Guard, the suicidal last stand to give. Oh, that's amazing. That's amazing. I'll take a look at that. Okay. John Fetterman was hospitalized after an early morning fall. Oh, that's a real shame. Real shame there. Real shame. Okay. Right. Doug, I am aware of that, but we don't know how long that'll take. And I would suspect as soon as they do get the information, they'll start posting it. That's why I keep checking to see when it is finally compiled. Because there's been enough time for them to look through a lot of it. Okay. All right. So, okay. Let us womp womp, right, London World. Anything else here we got going? So I'm just double checking, make sure I haven't missed anything while I was doing all that. We have some other stuff to talk about, obviously. We have some things to react to. By the way, some federal employees are getting back to work. Epstein did also said that he could take Trump down. Okay, so there's something else I did want to show you all, etc. Let me pull it up here. Right. You know what? Actually, let's do this. So we'll do this. We got. I'm going to go to. Dora, I'm going to put on the makeup here in a second. I just wanted to quickly find a video on Discord for us to sort of watch while I'm doing that. So let me see what we got here on Discord. We got. Oh, I'm sorry. I remember what I wanted to do. I wanted to review for the Kahoot tomorrow really fast because I'm a teacher. We have to do a review. But first, I'll put on just something for us to watch before I do that, so that I can put on the makeup. Let me see here. Right. What do we got here? Ooh, that might be a good one. Let's watch this one. Okay, so this is related to the Epstein files, so I think it's important for us to watch it. This is Lawrence O'Donnell. How long is this? Probably not too long. Oops. Get out of there. All right. So this is Lawrence O'Donnell. Okay, 12 minutes. That's perfect. Warfront's also posted about the George. Oof, that's annoying. Okay. And so, hey, that's fun, Rack and Boyle. Good for you. Okay. All right. So let's watch this. I'll be putting on the makeup. All right. And I do like Lawrence O'Donnell. Not a big fan of MSNBC, but he does some good bits. So let's watch that while I put on the makeup. And let us begin. I'll try to make some commentary. Yeah, you're right. They did get rid of federally legal THC in the form of hemp, right? Hemp-derived federally legal THC. So like THCA, which THCA, which you can buy almost anywhere, because it was not classified as THC because it's hemp derived. And he fucked the American government for helping Nazi scientists to escape the same human. Yeah. Yep, that's right, Mecha Kind. Okay. Yep. Yes, Ida, I'm putting on the jester makeup. Okay. So, all right, guys. So let's watch Lawrence O'Donnell. I'll put up my face, or put up this so you can all see me and the screen regarding the Epstein files. I know there's a lot of news and stuff, folks. Let me get this going. All right. Yeah, it was, Alyssa, because his state has a big cannabis industry. So he didn't, or has a big hemp industry, and I suspect that the cannabis industry and the hemp industry are separate industries. All right, so I suspect that the cannabis industry has grown very powerful, and they are partially influencing this. I'm guessing because they're a corporate entity too now. But I don't know. So they just got banned that. All right, so let's watch this. Lawrence O'Donnell, what does he have to say about the Epstein files?
To thank someone, thank Amy Schuster. That is what I would have told our first guest tonight before he tweeted this at 9:56 a.m. The only reason these emails are out is Lawrence had the survivors' lawyers on, who gave me the tip to subpoena the estate.
I
Why
love
did
Ro
Justice
Khanna.
or the
He's
FBI
been pretty dazed
not
recently.
get and release these? Congressman Ro Khanna was booked on this program on July 23rd of this year.
Yeah, also the alcohol
He
companies,
followed
Doug, that's
that
for
night
sure.
an appearance by attorney
But I
Brad
also
Edwards,
suspect that
who revealed in our discussion that the way for Congress to obtain a massive trove of information about Jeffrey Epstein.
No, you're not rubbing it in our face, Raccoon Boy. I partake in cannabis, let's put it that way, okay? I understand, Raccoon Boy. You're not rubbing it.
Would be to subpoena
We're all proud of you,
Jeffrey
Raccoon Boy.
Epstein's estate. Brad
A
Edwards
lot of
said
pro-cannabis
that he
people here.
knows the attorneys handling the Epstein estate, and he is sure that they would immediately
Yeah, what's
comply
up?
with such a subpoena, and he was right. Brad Edwards was booked on this program that night by Amy Schuster, whose job is to find us the best lineup of guests possible for this program, and she does it every night without ever checking with me. I usually have no input on the guests. The words I say here are mine. What you hear from me on this program comes from me. I write the scripts, but that's just one piece of a program like this.
Well,
Melissa
but see, at the
Ryerson
same
for the last
time,
several years.
that is might not be great, because doesn't that all, or would that also mean that the editors, like the higher ups, can also sort of decide? See what I mean? Okay. No, Doug, they do, because the cannabis industry is different from the hemp industry, and they compete with each other. The hemp industry has been able to put out a bunch of things that aren't considered cannabis, like THCA products, things like that. You can find them anywhere in the country, basically, in stores, things like that. And that competes with the cannabis industry, which where you have to go to a dispensary to get it. So I suspect they also don't want the cannabis industry to continue to get away with cannabis, or with the hemp industry. They don't want the hemp industry to get away with hemp derived products being legal while cannabis is illegal certain places. If that makes sense. Like, if you guys go, you can go almost anywhere and find, like, even if it's a state where cannabis is illegal, you can still buy hemp-derived products, which are basically just cannabis. Yeah, exactly, Alyssa. Like seed. I don't know if it does include CBD products, but what do they call? Like, there's a store right down the. You can find them anywhere. Let's put it that way. Okay, THCA products, things like that. So you can. They do have an incentive to limit the hemp industry. Okay, so right, but that loophole allowed the cannabis industry to modify production to be compliant if it was federally attacked. But is that so? That's fair, Doug. But is that? Are you sure it's the cannabis industry or the hemp industry? And it might very well be that they. I would have to look at the details, Doug. That's possible. Okay. The loophole allowed the cannabis industry to modify. I can't really read very well. But that loophole allowed the cannabis industry to modify production to be compliant if it was federally attacked. Would you specify, Doug? You're very possibly right there. I might be wrong. If that makes sense. Doug, I know cannabis is federally illegal. Okay, I know. I'm just saying, but they still have to compete with hemp in states where it is legal. If that makes sense. All right, but I'll take a look at that, Doug. I haven't read the text of it. It was just a theory of mine that the cannabis industry or the hemp industry was being attacked by the cannabis industry. All right. Okay. So, all right. So we're watching this. I'll keep putting on the
deciding what the shape of this program should be. She has a much better command of the news landscape than I do every day, and she suggests what we should be covering, and she's always right. And only then do I apply my thinking to what we're going to present to you tonight, and eventually my writing of what we will present to you tonight. But having Brad Edwards, who is an attorney for hundreds of the survivors of Jeffrey Epstein, join us on this program that night was Amy Schuster's idea, and telling us about sending a subpoena to the Epstein estate was Brad Edwards' idea, announced right here on this program. I didn't think that up. I never would have thought of that. And so, yes, Congress issued the subpoena that produced these emails because Brad Edwards suggested that they do that.
Yes, Doug, but forgive me, folks. So I'm just explaining that provision benefits the hemp industry because the hemp industry is where the hemp industry was the one using that loophole. The cannabis industry was not using that loophole. I mean, at least not nearly as much. Okay, it's hard to describe, but there are two separate industries here. But you know, I am not an expert on this field. Okay. All right. No, Doug, that's my point, Doug. It does not hurt. It does not hurt the cannabis industry. The federally compliant cannabis and the cannabis industry, which is legal in many states, okay, does not have the same protections as the hemp industry does federally. So they don't really have much of a. So they have to compete with the hemp industry in a lot of places. Yeah, but Doug, they weren't. So anyway, regardless, I don't know for sure, Doug. Okay.
On this program, and Congressman Ro Khanna, who was the next guest on this program that night, immediately said on television that night that he would take up that suggestion. And then he helped lead the charge for the subpoena issued by the House, a Republican-controlled House. A Democratic member of the House of Representatives who gets the idea of issuing a subpoena to the Epstein estate on this program and then brings that idea into a Republican House of Representatives and prevails and manages to persuade the House of Representatives controlled by Donald Trump's loyalists to do something that has the potential to not just crush Donald Trump as a politician, but depending on what else might be revealed in the Epstein files and as a result of this subpoena, maybe Donald Trump's presidency could come to an end. Maybe Donald Trump could become the second president to resign the presidency. The second Republican president.
I think he's being a bit too hopeful there. I don't think that'll happen.
How bad can this get for Donald Trump? We have no idea, but he does. Donald Trump knows exactly how bad it can get because he knows everything about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. He knows everything that is or might be in the Epstein files or in the possession of the Epstein estate.
You know, guys, how ignorant I am with pop culture stuff. What's a stun lock?
And we see the way he's behaving about this. This might be the worst of it. What we've discovered in Jeffrey Epstein's
I don't think anything could get him to resign.
Might just be the worst of it.
No, me too, Alyssa. I should be more into
Donald Trump
his
can probably survive this. But Donald Trump himself is making an all-out effort to stop the release of the Epstein files after these emails were released today. Donald Trump has made the judgment that what remains hidden in the Epstein files must never be seen by anyone. And that is why he had Congresswoman Lauren Boebert in the White House today, hoping she would be convinced to take her name off of the discharge.
But yeah, so that's true. What does it mean in like the context of a stream? Is that just
petition, which she had already signed in the House of Representatives? She did not bend to that pressure. The discharge petition has been officially filed after getting its 218th signature today, when the newest member of the House of Representatives, Adelita Grijalva, in her first act as a member of the House, became the most important member of the House today when she provided the 218th signature for that discharge petition, which will come to a vote possibly next week in the House of Representatives, that would force the release of the Epstein files. J.D. Vance is doing exactly what Gerald Ford did while the Nixon presidency was sinking and Richard Nixon was under increasing pressure over several months that led to his resignation. Gerald Ford said nothing.
Right, almost done.
When things were the darkest for President Richard Nixon, Vice President Gerald Ford said
I got
nothing.
you. Okay, yeah, that is
and
true.
When Richard Nixon resigned
the
presidency, Vice President Ford said, "Our long national nightmare is over." Tonight, J.D. Vance is silent. Tonight, J.D. Vance is Gerald Ford. Gerald Ford said nothing about Richard Nixon as Nixon sank deeper into scandal, as Nixon, on his way to impeachment, which he only avoided by resigning the presidency, Gerald Ford said nothing because Gerald Ford knew that when he eventually took over the presidency, he didn't want the stain of Nixon on him. And so J.D. Vance is silent tonight. But what is J.D. Vance supposed to say tonight?
Isn't there evidence now that J.D. Vance is mentioned in the documents? I thought I heard someone say that. I have not looked it up, though.
Epstein during the Trump presidency in 2019, 6 months before Jeffrey Epstein's second arrest, saying, quote, "Of course he knew about the girls," meaning Donald Trump. Donald Trump has always denied any involvement in or knowledge
That's interesting,
of
Doug.
Jeffrey
I think that makes
Epstein's
sense to
sex
me. That makes a lot of
trafficking and
sense.
raping of children. And the Washington Post is reporting that one of Jeffrey Epstein's emails says Donald Trump never got a massage.
Thank you, Doug.
Donald
Was
Trump
it you that
wasn't
mentioned it,
involved,
Doug? Because
according to
thank you
this
for that. You know I love you, Doug. I love arguing with you too, Doug. But anyway.
The email written by Jeffrey Epstein says, Trump knew of it and came to my house many times during that period. Epstein wrote in an email to himself on February 1st, 2019, the Washington Post is reporting, several months before he was arrested.
Just finished the makeup. Thank you, guys.
And killed himself in jail. He never got a massage.
Better.
So there's Jeffrey Epstein himself letting Donald Trump off the hook on that point. But Donald Trump's always insisted he never knew anything that Jeffrey Epstein was up to. Never knew anything possibly illegal that Jeffrey Epstein was up to.
Mm-hmm.
What is J.D. Vance or Donald Trump or any Trump defender supposed to say tonight when they read an email from Jeffrey Epstein after the first criminal investigation of Jeffrey Epstein in Florida, which led to Jeffrey Epstein pleading guilty, and Jeffrey Epstein writes an email to his criminal co-conspirator Ghislaine Maxwell in 2011 saying, quote, "I want you to realize that that dog that hasn't barked is Trump."
All right, there we go. Okay.
That
yeah, we saw that one. The dog that hasn't barked is
spent
Trump.
Hours at my house with him. He has never once been mentioned, police chief, etc. I am 75% there.
Okay.
Donald Trump spent hours at Jeffrey Epstein's house with one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims, according to Jeffrey Epstein, in a private communication with his criminal co-conspirator, whose response to this was, "I have been thinking about that."
I am kind of annoyed though, because that's all the Republicans are going to latch onto is Epstein saying that he never got a massage. That'll just be like what they all latch onto, even though there's tons of other evidence that he got something, right?
The only way that Ghislaine Maxwell could have been thinking about that is that she knew what Jeffrey Epstein was talking about in every word of that email. That means she knew what it means that the dog
and Trump knew that what she was doing, because that's what we found out also.
Hasn't barked is Trump. And Ghislaine Maxwell was not asked a single question about that email by Donald Trump's criminal defense lawyer, who now serves as Donald Trump's Deputy Attorney General, Todd Blanche, who went to Florida to do a so-called interview with Ghislaine Maxwell. The Justice Department could have had that email and hundreds of other emails that we haven't seen yet that would be very specific about Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, that would have been legitimate and serious points of questioning for Ghislaine Maxwell, who's never, ever.
By the way, she's in a low security prison, and she gets catered to. She's allowed to have internet access. People have to bring her stuff. Some of the people guarding her say they basically feel like they're her servants because they basically have to cater to her every need. And there is talk that she's going to be pardoned. Kind of gross, given what she did. Kind of makes you think that she knows some things that Trump is rewarding her for not spilling, right?
Answered questions to any federal prosecutor or in her federal criminal trial about any of this. Donald Trump has obviously been living all
you're right,
year
Alyssa. She has a damn puppy, right?
The Jeffrey Epstein files, and
this is why I want to bring back the guillotine, Alyssa.
Tonight, that fear has to be
not for the puppy, by the way.
More intense than ever. The fear that makes him snap and call Republicans very bad and stupid is an informed fear. It is not an irrational fear. It's an informed fear, because Donald Trump knows exactly what his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein was. We don't. Donald Trump knows exactly how much direct exposure and familiarity he had with the people Jeffrey Epstein calls the girls in his email. We don't. We don't know that, but Donald Trump does. Donald Trump knows everything about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein that might be in the Epstein files. And knowing everything that Donald Trump himself knows about his relationship to Jeffrey Epstein, Donald Trump had a choice. He could have said, let it all come out. I have nothing to fear because I know.
And again, obvious, folks, if there's nothing there, why not release it? Obviously. That's been the refrain the whole time.
Everything about it, and I know there's nothing to fear. Or knowing everything Donald Trump knows about his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, and after having been briefed about what the Epstein files say about him by his Justice Department, Donald Trump seems to have decided that the Epstein files
she has a puppy.
Never come out.
She is also, by the way, she's
position
allowed to shower by herself and work out by herself. I mean, she's allowed to work out by herself. They clear out the workout room so she can work out by herself. She's been granted above and beyond accommodations for being someone imprisoned for sex trafficking. It's really disgusting.
And now the dog is barking at the very bad and stupid Republicans who support the release of the Epstein files.
Yep, Dolly
After
Boy.
the dog barked at those
even though she's the worst sex trafficker that's been convicted so far in history that we're aware of.
Republicans and called them bad and
in modern history.
Stupid at 2:03 p.m. today. 4 hours later, Politico reported senior Republican.
SoCal, that's not really a joke. It's true. She actually kind of already does have a chambermaid. The guards there complain that they basically are her servants. They have to cater to her every need. So she kind of already has a chambermaid. I know that sounds ridiculous, but I promise you, if you look it up, she's basically being treated like a queen or a princess.
Republicans privately believe dozens of Republicans will vote for it, possibly 100 or more, according to 5 people.
Right, hello,
in your group, absolutely. Candidly. And so the mad barking dog might be on his way to creating the biggest bipartisan landslide vote against Donald Trump the House of Representatives has ever seen. Tonight, instead of looking at the Epstein files that were created by the Justice Department's investigation into Jeffrey Epstein, we are looking at emails about Donald Trump written by Jeffrey Epstein that were in the possession of Jeffrey Epstein's estate after his death. And we have those emails tonight, thanks to a thread of luck that began 112 days ago when Amy Schuster decided that the guests on this program that night should be attorney for Epstein survivors Brad Edwards, along with Congressman Ro Khanna.
Yeah.
And Andrew Weiss.
Agreed, SoCal. All right, you guys. I loved Florence O'Donnell. That was great. Thank you. I think it was Meowsword that sent that. Thank you, Meowsword. So, okay. A lot of stuff going on in the news, right? I'm not going to be able to cover it all today. Also, a lot of stuff going on in international news. Tanzania has some stuff going on, a lot of stuff going on. There's a lot of stuff going on, okay? They have existed for 14 years, right? So we're not going to be able to cover all of it. I do want to do this, though. So tomorrow we're going to have one of our first real Kahoots that we've had in a while. So tomorrow we'll do a Kahoot. I have not been covering as much. I've not been doing as many lessons recently. I don't know if you guys have noticed. I need to be better at that. I've been trying to post a lot of videos, so I haven't been spending as much time preparing for live streams to try and make up for economic reasons. Regardless, so after tomorrow. So tomorrow we're going to cover the stuff that we've done for a while. I'll try to start making more presentations and stuff that are better, I guess, and more interesting. So let's go over some of the things that is going to be on the quiz tomorrow, right? The Kahoot quiz. I did not make a document, but I thought we could go through some of the stuff that we have talked about. Okay, we've talked about for a while. So the first thing that we talked about a while back was Hitler's twisted worldview. You should all be aware of, this is like the semester review, Alyssa. I guess tomorrow's the midterm, okay? Remember that, Hitler's belief that the races are naturally compete for food, and that Germany needed living space, that laws and the state kind of get in the way of this natural racial struggle. So it could be said that a concentration camp is a space where German law doesn't apply, which allows, according to Hitler, would allow an unleashing of the natural, like quote unquote, natural racial struggle. So we talked about that. So just remember about that. Okay. We also, so that was one of the things we talked about. I know this is weird, like you're in school again. We talked about Hindutva. Okay. So we talked about Hindutva. Who does anyone remember here? What's the name of the current Prime Minister of India? Someone put it in chat, please. What's the name of the current Prime Minister of India? And what is his political party? What were the initials of his political party? Anyone know? Anyone know? Would you mind me telling me? You can just say his last name if you'd like. Current head of the current Prime Minister of India. And meanwhile, something else you'll have to know about. Yes, there you go, Dolly Boy, Modi. Okay, Modi, and he's a member of the BJP, which I'll just put here in chat here. BJP. So if there were to be a question about it, you'll know it's the BJP. Okay, the BJP, who are Hindutva, right? Hindutva. And one other thing you may have to know about the Hindutvas and things like that is this guy, Savarkar, okay, who kind of invented Hindutva, all right, which is a Hindu nationalist ideology that was partially inspired by the Nazis. Okay. So there we go. We got Hindutva. That'll be something else that might be on the quiz tomorrow. You'll also, folks, have to know about some of our members here. You'll probably have to know about Louise. You'll have to know about Louise. Who else will you have to know about? You'll have to know a bit about, trying to see who else is here. I'm not sure. We might, we'll figure it out, but just know about people that are here, okay? Because, there's always some questions about some of our lovely people who join us in stream here. I'm trying to see if there's anyone here that I could refer to now. They're okay. I won't tell you, but there will be people that you should know from our community, okay? Louise may be one of them. I know I just mentioned Louise. We also talked about the 30 Years' War. The 30 Years' War. Great fun time in history, lovely party that everyone had. Okay. Human beings are lovely to each other. We'll always love that. You will have to know the name of the different religious groups that were fighting. Okay. That would be Calvinists, Lutherans, and Catholics. There may be a question that's like, which of the following was not one of the sects of Christianity that was involved in the 30 Years' War? And you would know that it's the one that is not one of those three I just mentioned. You will also, you might need to know something like, where did the 30 Years' War mainly take place? In which case you will know it was the Holy Roman Empire. Oh, that was a good time, wasn't it? You also will have to know what I might show you a picture of this guy. I might show you a picture of this guy right here. Look at that. Isn't that cute? Isn't that a cute pic? Look at that. Slay. Look at that. Such a handsome man. Love his beard. You may have to know who this was. I might be like, oh, who's this? And you'd be like, oh, it's Gustavus Adolphus, because why not? Right? Beautiful man, right? Right, Dolly Boy. So you may have to know who that is. You also, I'm trying to think here. I might be like, which of the, I might ask you, what was the main reason people died during the 30-Year War? What was the main cause of death in the 30-Year War? In which case you will answer what? What was the main thing that killed people during the 30 Years' War? Well, someone tell me in chat. Someone tell me in chat while I go to the next one. Okay, so there's that. By the way, how many years did it last? Who would have thought it was 30? Yeah, we may have to know about some critiques of capitalism. There you go, Dolly Boy. Disease. It was disease. You may have to remember some critiques of capitalism. We're not going to go too much into it, but there are some critiques of capitalism here. Like, for example, what artificial scarcity is, okay, where, you purposely decrease the supply of a good to raise the price, which is what the diamond industry does. You're right, Dolly Boy. Okay, I'm not going to try to be too specific, as I normally don't, but you'll have to know what artificial scarcity is, okay? What is it? And when we see them, you may have to know, the business cycle. Remember the business cycle? Basically, the fact that the economy just randomly collapses once in a while, because that's the nature of capitalism. Gotta love that. And lastly, externalities, those things that companies do that other people have to pay for, like they're damaging the roads, the trauma they cause people, which then have to be treated by mental health professionals, and the people have to pay for things like that. That's an externality. Okay, gotta love capitalism. And by the way, we're still in our anti-capitalism week, right? In response to the anti-communism week. All right, another thing you'll have to know, folks out there, another thing you'll have to know. We briefly talked about Sudan civil war. Sudan civil war. And yay, anti-capitalism. Okay. Sudan civil war. You'll have to know basically what the main well, okay. The name of this group, where are they? First of all, where is it? Okay, the Janjaweed. Do we remember the Janjaweed was the group, the Devils on Horseback, that committed the genocide in basically in I'm having a mind like Darfur, okay? And they were renamed in our modern day called the Rapid Support Forces. So there may be a question where I'm like, hey, how did the Janjaweed rebrand themselves? You would know that the answer is the Rapid Support Forces, who are currently committing a genocide against the peoples, the ethnic minority groups, Christian, Black, African, and animist people of Sudan. And of course, the civil war continues with mass numbers of people being slaughtered. Okay, I gotta love that. Horrible times. Yeah, not great. I may also ask you what percentage of hospitals in Sudan are no longer operational, in which case you will know the answer is 80%. 80%. Okay, 80% are non-operational. Terrible. Okay. All right. So there's that. What else? Did we miss anything? Did I miss anything? Sudanese Civil War. I think that's basically it, folks. So those are the main things we'll talk about on the quiz tomorrow. Hitler's Twisted Worldview, this 30 Years' War, Hindutva, some critiques of capitalism, and I think that's it. Yep, that's it. Okay. I will probably also have a question or two about, geography, because I'm starting to add more geography crap. So make sure you review the geography of the world, okay, of the whole world. Okay, but they won't be too difficult, all right? And of course, know about people in the chat, because that will be some questions. Any questions, class? Any questions, class, on our Kahoot that we're going to do tomorrow? And of course, the winner will be crowned King of the Fools for the next 2 weeks, okay? All right. So, and there'll be some fun questions too, because we can't always have the depressing stuff, right? Can't always have the depressing stuff. Oh my God, look at this, folks. I only have 9 people right now in YouTube watching, and I think only like 2 in Twitch. Oh, that's what you do when you do boring crap like doing a review. Okay. So, okay. There you go, Maxim. Okay. All right. What time is it here? 3:46. Okay. So we got a couple. I know you are, Dolly Boy. I know a lot of you guys are here. Okay, this is my self punish. This is what I did this to myself. Okay, I get it. All right. So we have been on for a while today. I wanted to react to a PragerU video, but for the sake of time, because it's later than I thought it would be, I wanted to react to this. I wanted to react to this PragerU
murder,
video.
war.
I wanted to react to this video. Make men masculine again. I would love to do a reaction to this. I don't think I'll do it today. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow instead, for the sake of time. Yeah, we'll do it tomorrow for the sake of time. You sent this, Dolly Boy? Hilarious. Okay. Okay. That's funny. So, Cycling Boy. Okay. So anyway, we'll do this a different time. What I would like to do just before I go, let me find something we have to do something for Anti-Capitalism Week, right? So let me find one of those videos from those lunatics we saw last time. What the hell was the name of that channel? What the hell was the name of that channel that we watched? What is it called? What is it? Socialism. That was really way too broad. Just putting the word socialism is not going to help me much. Oh, here's another one. Oh, we should do that one too. Socialism makes people selfish. I'm going to save that one. I know. Okay, I'll put that there. Anyway, what is that? What was the name of that group? I'm having a mind blank now. Anyone remember? I know, it's okay. People were more interested in Paparevolt. I understand. I don't blame them. I don't blame them at all. Um, I've been bad at streaming anyway. I mean, my streaming right now is not going. I'm not doing that great at the moment. Let's put it that way. With how I'm doing this. Let me see here. Nick, thank you, Alyssa. Nick Fritas. Let's look that up. Let's just watch one of those videos for the sake of Fritas. Why minutes or something with Y in it? Thank you. Fritas. Oh, you're right, Alyssa. Thank you. Why?
They all have one thing in common.
Oh, God.
Men. Aggression, violence, ambition unchecked by conscience, all the stuff of toxic masculinity, right?
Oh, shut up.
And the solution is obvious.
Right now. Don't steal my thunder. We need to hear your nonsense later, not today. Okay. Why? God damn, I can't remember it now. I'm going to lose my mind. Why? I can't believe I can't remember. There he goes. The Y minutes. The Y minutes. Found it. Okay, let's just choose one. Let's see here. Why the woke is it? When my America stop building homes for family? Why can't the U.S. have open borders? Why hasn't real communism ever been tried? Yeah, thank you, Dolly Boy. Okay, you were right, Alyssa. Thank you. Okay. Let's see here. I'm trying to find a good one. Why is the U.S. the world's police force? You know what? Let's watch it.
Why does it seem like every time there is a conflict?
Why? Let's watch this one. Yeah, we'll do that one. Okay. Well, wait a minute. No, it's supposed to be anti-capitalist, right? We should do something anti-capitalist. Forgive me, folks. I know I'm kind of going back and forth here. Why are young men dropping out of the work? God, there's a lot of good ones here. I mean, not good ones. Good that are good. Well, yeah, let's do this one. Good call. Let's do this one. Thank you, Dolly Boy. I give Dolly Boy credit for this. Oh, I know, SoCal. I know you were joking, SoCal. Don't worry. But it is true, SoCal. Most people left after Paparevolt. I think that says something, right? Okay. So let us let's watch this. Okay, so why oh my God, I'm already grossed out. Why, for the sake of anti-capitalism week, why fascism and communism are two sides of the same coin? Oh, sweet Jesus. Okay, everyone ready? Everyone excited? Let's go.
Why do people think that fascism and communism are opposites when they share so much in common?
Because they are. Politically, they're opposites. I mean, ideologically, they're opposites. No, that's probably true. Let's say it was the review. I guess that was my joke, is that this is why you should never do a review, right? Too teacherly, right? Okay.
Now, on the surface, they may seem like polar opposites. Fascism is often associated with nationalism and authoritarianism, while communism claims to fight for classless equality. But when you look closer, these ideologies are built on very similar foundations and lead to the same disastrous outcomes. How? Well, for starters, they reject individual freedom. Both fascism and communism view the individual as subordinate to the collective. For fascists, the nation or race is supreme. For communists, it's the oppressed class. Under both systems, your personal rights, choice.
No, so this is funny. All right, so, okay. This is dumb. Now, admittedly, I'm actually impressed that he is saying some things that are less crazy than normal folks than I've normally heard from the right wing. He is right that the race and the nation are above everything, and that's a bad thing, right? Most of the time, these people praise that sort of thing, okay? Or they say that the reason fascism is bad is because it's socialist, versus the criticizing the race and nationalist thing. Okay, good. The issue with the idea that communism is about one class being over the other classes is that the whole point of communism is that there should only be one class. Everyone should be in that one class. So there should only be one class, which would get rid of the class divide and cause harmony, essentially. So it's not about like one class taking the rights from another class. It's about everyone becoming the same class so that there is this divide no longer. All right, I'm going to go back a little bit.
Collective. For fascists, the nation or race is supreme. For communists,
also, by the way, also it's just not true that they're in communism, right? People are free. I think they're actually freer under communism because they have more say in their workplace. You still have freedom of speech and things like that. Now, obviously, we're not talking the political side of things because, a lot of so-called communist regimes have ended up being authoritarian, but that doesn't have to do with communism as much as it does with the political systems that develop. But theoretically, under communism, people are free. Okay.
It's the oppressed class. Under both systems, your personal rights, choices, and freedoms are sacrificed for the supposed greater good.
Exactly, Doug.
And this is why both regimes quickly become authoritarian. Dissent isn't just discouraged, it's crushed. Fascists label opponents.
Interesting. Do we think that doesn't happen? That happens in every state. The suppression of dissent is a state problem, okay? Now, it is particularly bad under fascism. Under authoritarianism of any stripe, whether it be quote unquote socialist authoritarianism or fascist authoritarianism. Authoritarianism results in the crushing of dissent. Okay. It is not necessarily, this sounds bad, but it is not necessarily linked directly to fascism or communism, although fascism has a violent ideology that does promote that sort of thing. Do you see what I mean? And also fascists love authoritarianism, so I guess it does kind of go to fascism. But anyway, okay.
Traitors to the state, while communists brand them as enemies of the proletariat. The result is always censorship, fear, and the complete silencing of opposing views. But the similarities don't end there. They also rely on centralized power. Fascists believe in a powerful state, often led by a single dictator to enforce national unity.
Now remember, folks, we talked about how that's complicated, right? Yeah, they had a very powerful state, but remember, they also dismantle other parts of the state that get in the way of them doing horrible things, right? But yeah, definitely big state, big powerful, right? It's basically anyway.
Envision a dictatorship of the proletariat, where the state controls all resources and industries. In practice,
but again, that is one form of socialism, you could say. Okay, you people need to not meet well. Luke, I'm so glad to see you here, Lucas. I think I saw you yesterday, Luke, but I'm glad to see you. I hope class is going well, okay? So anyway, and by the way, as Doug said, the point here, the point here, folks, is that under real communism, there is no state, right? Yeah, exactly, Doug. And in the end, Doug, it's not like in fascism, there is a hierarchy, right? Yes. So a lot of times in communism, there is a process at least in theory in communism, there's a process in which the proletariat take over and silence the oppressors. But it's not that they are creating a hierarchy. They are destroying the hierarchy. So they're reintegrating the people who were the oppressors into the proletariat, right? So it doesn't necessarily mean oppression as much as it means making everyone equal. Okay, this is all theory stuff, but yes, okay. The whole goal is classless and stateless, and anyway.
Both create enormous bureaucracies and concentrate power in the hands of a few elites. And when that much power is
that's like a foundational aspect of fascism, not of communism.
Centralized, corruption, inefficiency, and oppression
again, that's a state problem. That's an authoritarianism problem.
Inevitably follow. What also follows is the destruction of economic freedom. Under fascism, the government...
Okay, this is something I love, the idea of economic freedom. That is oftentimes used as a code word for capitalism. So if you are, do we all feel economically free? Right? How many of us here feel like you're so economically free, right? You're free to do whatever you want economically, right? Economic freedom is often a code word for freedom of the owners to basically do whatever they want to you, right? Economic freedom is about freedom for the owning class to abuse you, make money, and things like that. Yeah, so free, right, Dolly Boy? I just love that idea. I hear that a lot from right-wingers, like the United States is free, socialism is not free. You're referring specifically to economic freedom, which is just freedom for a certain group of people, right? Okay. Yeah, like the libertarians, Luke, who are insane. It's freedom to like. By the way, the South, I kid you not, the South before the Civil War used the same argument. They said that the American government was taking away their freedom. And by freedom, they meant the freedom of slave owners to own slaves. Okay. All right.
Government controls businesses through enormous cartels, regulating industries and deciding what can and cannot be produced, all in the name of serving the state. Communism takes this a step further, abolishing private property altogether and putting the state in charge of everything. In both,
that's only one kind of socialism. There are other, and technically, we're not even. So he's talking about communism. So that is not communism. Okay, that is not communism because there is no state in communism. There are forms of socialism that say that the state can take on, if the state is representative of the people, then yeah, through the state, the people can do that. But we're not, there are other forms, okay? There is, like I said, market socialism where you have the businesses owned by collectives of workers who compete like it's a regular marketplace. There are, anyway, okay.
Private property altogether.
And I'm sorry, I'm going to go back a little
bit.
Under
fascism, the government controls businesses through enormous cartels, regulating industries and deciding what can and cannot be produced, all in the name of serving the state.
Yes and no. They are still privately owned. So fascists they don't take control of these businesses. What they do is they protect those businesses from the class struggle, apparently, Dolly Boy, and then they basically subsidize those businesses and get them to work for the state. They don't take control of those businesses, and it's still capitalism. It is still capitalism by far because there's still private ownership of those businesses. A lot of times, by the way, these businesses side with the fascists because they'd rather have the state kind of, I don't want to say controlling them, but directing them than be taken over by their employees or whatever. It's capitalism, okay? Fascism is like state capitalism on steroids. It's capitalism that's protected by the state, etc. Exactly, Doug. Okay, exactly. You're totally right, Doug. Oh, I know. Yeah. So we're talking in theory here, Luke, right? Yeah.
Communism takes this a step further, abolishing private property altogether and putting the state in charge of everything. In both systems, innovation grinds to a halt, productivity collapses, and people are left poorer.
Interesting. So this is going to be a spicy take here. You all know I'm not a fan of the Soviet Union. You know that. But it is true that the Soviet Union was the most destroyed country during World War II, by far. Tons of their industry had been destroyed. They had a massive decrease in population. And they invaded, of course, Eastern Europe and started this imperialist empire. They were not doing well. And yet, it was not long after World War II that the Soviet Union had suddenly become the second most powerful country in the world right after being destroyed. You know why? You know why? Because socialist policies grew them very quickly. And I am not defending the Soviet Union. I'm just saying we could also talk about China, which has had probably the biggest success in history in pulling people out of poverty in a short amount of time. Again, you all know I'm not defending the political situation in either of those places. I'm only talking about the economic stuff. Just think about that. Like the Soviet Union was destroyed essentially in World War II. And then like right after that, they're suddenly the second superpower in the world. It is not talked about often. Yeah, rapid industrialization because it was centrally kind of controlled and things like that. Now, I'm not defending it. And I will say what does bring poverty is when your country is being kept off of the world market by capitalist countries, which is what happened to the Soviet Union, to Cuba, to Venezuela, to China, etc., for a very long time. Anyway.
And yet, despite all these similarities, fascism and communism are still seen as being completely different from one another, opposite ends of the spectrum. But this is a false dichotomy born from political convenience. Fascists and communists fought each other bitterly in the 20th century. Not because they were opposites, but because they were vying for the same audiences. In reality, these regimes are two sides of the same coin.
No, now I will say, Stalin, who I hate, by the way, I don't know what the hell he meant by that, but Stalin, who I absolutely hate, one of the most disgusting human beings that ever existed, did sign a non-aggression pact with the Nazis, and there was some small amount of consideration of signing an alliance with the Nazis, which would have been the worst case scenario for the planet. Okay, like that would have been horrific. Alas, he just signed a non-aggression pact and then was shocked when Hitler violated that. Okay, was absolutely shocked when Hitler violated that. Okay, because and then by the way, Stalin then tried to cover up the fact that he ever even had this non-aggression pact with the Nazis. He got so sad, by the way, when the Nazis attacked the Soviet Union that he went and hid in his dacha. And like didn't want to be seen by anyone. He was like in his room crying and shit because he felt so betrayed by Hitler and was so sad. Anyway, idiot. So they did sign an alliance because they were both massive imperialists, right? Stalin wanted control of Eastern Europe, so did Hitler, and they made an agreement that Stalin would get control of Eastern Poland, Hitler would get control of Western Poland, and they sort of divvied up Eastern Europe amongst themselves. So anyway, okay.
Both reject freedom, concentrate power, and crush the individual under the weight of the collective. And perhaps that's why Friedrich Hayek once warned, totalitarianism rests on the presumption that the state possesses the absolute truth.
Yes, but see, interesting. He's almost admitting it here. He is talking about totalitarianism, of which there are fascist totalitarian states, and then there are quote unquote socialist totalitarian states. The issue there is totalitarianism. It is not to say that communism and fascism are the same. Right? Am I crazy? Opposite ends of the political spectrum. All right.
Which justifies the
Matt Saga,
obliteration
1 second here.
of
I didn't see
individual
it.
freedom.
Forgive me. Yeah, thank you. Stalin and Hitler both were major authoritarians. Okay. Honestly, that wasn't that bad. At least used better language than other ones do. It was wrong. Okay. So, authoritarianist. I actually kind of like the sound of that, Dolly Boy. Okay. Smart guy, I want to have something delivered. I want to have something delivered delicious. Ooh, maybe I will. Maybe I'll do that. What do you want? Matt Saigai, thank you. I'm sorry, you're a smart guy. All right, guys. So there, I reacted to one because we had to do one thing. I'm going to get off now, folks. I'm very tired. Thank you, everyone who stayed here with me, despite me boring everyone to death with the review. It's my inner teacher, okay? God, it reminds me, I tell you, when you're a teacher, the day that there's like a quiz or a test is often a day where there's a lot of absences. So it was always a nice day for me because I'm like, oh, I won't have to worry so much. A lot of kids won't even show up. So of course it makes more work for you later because you have to put out the, you have to like make sure they get caught up and stuff. But anyway, even though it was a review this time, not a quiz. Okay, anyway. All right. So guys, tomorrow we will do our Kahoot. And I don't think we made enough we did not make enough for After Dark today, unfortunately. I don't think we did. I may have missed a few here. But regardless, I'll go back and look. If I do find that we did, then I'll do an After Dark. Okay. Matt Saigai, what did you want? What answer did you want? Thank you, Alyssa. Thank you. I hope everyone liked seeing Paparevolt. Okay. And we will have a fun stream tomorrow. It'll be a fun day stream. Of course, we'll do Kahoot, etc. Oh my God, I feel so tired. I don't know why. I'm so exhausted right now. My brain is dying. Oh, what's that? Just in case we are close. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Okay, I'll take a look, Dolly Boy. We might actually be close enough now. I don't have any questions. Oh, okay, gotcha, Matt Saigai. All right. Okay, guys. So, all right. I'm going to go. Love you all. Thank you very much. Come back tomorrow. Okay. I've been actually streaming for like 4 or 5 hours, which is a lot for me because I'm old. Okay. Bye-bye, folks. First of all, free Palestine. Second of all, never stop resisting. Never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. And that includes when you watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves. Thirdly, we're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in their democratic institutions. To fight that, we need major reforms in this country. We need major reforms. You cannot stand in the center. If you stand in the center, the fascists will walk all over you. Do not do that. Don't be a slug. Fight back. Alyssa, you know what? So, folks, how about this? I'll say right now that I'll do an After Dark stream. I suspect we are there. I'll double check after I get off. I suspect we will, but I'll say for now, yes, we'll do an After Dark. Okay. Lastly, on the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. Chainbreaker is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? I have it back there to remind everyone that our ancestors made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, including my grandfather, right? I'm not trying to toot my own horn here. I didn't do it. He did it, okay? Fighting against the Nazis, okay? We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, 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 do not let your the sacrifice go to waste. Anyone's sacrifice go to waste. And always, always, always fight for a better future. My one, you skipped that one day. How dare you, Alyssa? Okay, so yeah, folks. Well, again, I said I'll assume that we are going to do it later. So I'll say yes, we're going to do it later. I'll go back and count. I'm almost certain we got over the 10, and I will let you know if we didn't get enough. But just assume that we are going to do the late night stream tonight, probably sometime between 7 p.m. and 8 p.m. Okay. All right. Love you all. Thank you all for staying around. I'm going to go take a nap. I don't know why I'm so dead tired. Bye bye, folks. Love you all.